Okay, so let's start. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining the Tokyo Energy Transition Forum and the 5th ISETS Energy Transition Forum. My name is Farhad Tagizadeh Hesari from the School of Global Studies of Tokai University, Japan. And it's an honor for me to co-host this event jointly with my colleagues, Professor Honma from Tokai University and Professor Yushi Fusa from University of Kitakyushu. So this event is a joint event between Tokai University, University of Kitakyushu, and International Society for Energy Transition Studies, ISETS. So the event and this project is sponsored by Kakenhi Grant in Aid for Scientific Research. It's a pleasure and honor to have this event. This event is in hybrid mode. I welcome my colleagues at Takanawa campus of Tokai University and the colleagues who joined online in Zoom. So today we are going to have welcoming remarks, two keynote speech by distinguished speakers, and also two sessions with 7 interesting presentations by distinguished scholars. So with this, let me start the event and invite the first speakers, Professor Naoto Yoshikawa, who will give the welcoming remarks. Professor Yoshikawa is a Vice Chancellor for Global Initiatives at Tokai University, and also he's a professor at the School of Global Studies of Tokai University. Professor Yoshikawa, please.
Thank you, Dr. Takizade. Good morning, or somebody maybe good afternoon. As a Vice Chancellor of Tokai University, I'm pleased to welcome you to this hybrid Tokyo Energy Transition Forum and the 5th International Society for Energy Transition Studies, ISETS Forum today. Professor Shunpen Shi, the University of the Technology, Sydney, and the President of the ISETS, Dr. Kazuo Matsushita, Professor Emeritus, Kyoto University, Dr. Noboru Yoshino, Professor Emeritus, Keio University, distinguished guests and colleagues. The theme for today's forum is energy transitions, which has been one of the most important subjects of our globalized world. Notably, the importance of the energy security and the transition have recently been highlighted. After Russia invaded Ukraine in February, oil and gas prices skyrocketed, and the supply of these was disrupted in many countries, including Japan and the EU member countries. The energy crisis makes us pay more attention to the energy transition to rely more on the domestic energy resources. Various countries are considering relaunching or increasing their nuclear energy capacity and or revisiting their energy policy to renewable energy policies. Some countries have already introduced the policies to support domestic energy resources and reduce reliance on imported fossil fuels. The current energy crisis is disturbing economic stability and growth for many countries. However, at the same time, this crisis also makes all the countries think seriously about shifting their energy policy from depending on the fossil fuels to domestically produced renewable clean energy policy, which relies more on solar, wind, geothermal, hydropower, tidal wave, and so on. Today's forum is jointly organized by Tokai University, as Dr. Takizawa mentioned, and particularly the School of Political Science and Economics, the School of the Global Studies, Tokai Research Institute for the Environment and Sustainability, the University of Kitakyushu, and the International Society for Energy Transition Studies. The forum brought together distinguished scholars from Japan, Australia, Singapore, Sweden, and India to present their latest research findings on energy transitions and provide policy recommendations to achieve energy transitions and carbon reduction goals faster. I'm confident that today's forum will allow all participants to deepen their understanding of energy transition, encouraging everyone to take leading role in setting the tone for research on energy transition, which will contribute to the energy policy of many countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yoshikawa, for the interesting welcoming remarks. And you highlighted key points which are essential that we are looking forward for the presentation, and these will be highlighted today. So next, I would like to invite Professor Shumpeng Shi, who is a professor at the University of Technology, Sydney, and a president of the International Society for Energy Transition Studies based in Australia, for his welcoming remarks. Professor Shumpeng, please. Please unmute your mic. Your mic is mute. Please unmute. In Zoom, no, in Zoom. Yes.
Yeah, I think a very good morning. Before I formally represent ISETS, I want to personally congratulate for Fahad for assuming the permanent job as a father. We all know that's a big task, but it's very important milestone. And on behalf of ISETS, I first want to address to Professor Yoshikawa, Professor Matsushita, and Professor Yosuno, and all the friends, all the new online and here. And thank you for coming and make this gathering possible. And also definitely on behalf of ISETS, I would really appreciate the contribution from the joint organizer within the Tokai University, Kitakyushu, as well as the sponsorship or Kankani make it possible for this event to hold. In my today's welcome speech, I will just use a few minutes to explain what the society is about and what purpose we coming here for the organization. And so I think there is a little bit of issue, but overall the society was founded about 3 years ago. We have a few founding members here, including Fahad, Yoshino-san, and Daniel, or us. And currently we have members from 44 countries, about 500 subscribed members. And the reason I'm working on or we're finding this, I use 3 slides on my ongoing study to show why the issue are so important. One, this first study, we are estimated the vulnerability of energy transition across country. As you see that for the north part in the past decade, country have reduced their vulnerability, and for the south part, very unfortunately. And we all know the north-south division, and that means that for relatively vulnerable country become more vulnerable in the past 10 years. We also actually work on another paper to look at how carbon neutrality or phase down of fossil fuel is interacting with the sustainable development goal. We all know that that is also a key global agenda. And very unfortunately, we at least see in the case of fossil fuel phase out, only few SDG, 4 SDG will benefit, and majority of SDG will have to face trade-off. That's a hard choice by all the policy makers. We also work on another paper look at energy transitions stated in Chinese city. I think one of the conclusions we come out that even the less developing city follow the frontier within their group, for example, resource city, if they follow the group, they can have a significant improvement potential. I think the message is here that energy transition presents significant challenge, and that challenge probably disproportionately focus on vulnerable country, and also for policymakers that face a very hard decision among various contradictory goals, which we see in Europe at this moment about affordability and energy transition. But good thing is that there is always potential we can do better. That's actually, I think, a good elaboration why we coming out and this is another paper we find that the challenges of energy transition is China's case study or the science. We probably commented on that. That actually linked to the energy transition society, which we established 3 years ago, because we noticed that the energy transition is not just an academic issue. It's not actually just one disciplinary issue. And it's also not some theoretical issue. It's a matter of things that will be dominant our academic life and political agenda, and even the general public attention in the next 4 decades or longer. And it's affected our daily life. So we want to create this kind of platform to facilitate multi-stakeholder dialogues, not just among academia. We want not just among economics, we want a different discipline. We want people outside academia, the practice, NGO and government, and even international organizations. So this is the purpose. And we currently run by volunteer. We don't have any sponsor for the society itself. We have 17 voluntary to be international, it's a council, and also we have 8 to be executive committee. We have the charter that follow Australian law and the standard. It took us actually almost 1 year to develop the agenda. And because of the COVID, we couldn't have actually major events. So we have organized so-called energy transition forum like this. Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. So as you see that we have fifth, this is fifth, the 6th and the 7th also in planning in November in China. We have 3 in China and another is Australia. We are particularly look at the power market or electricity market in energy crisis when Australia historically suspend its power market in June. And we also study work on kind of different report, and even tonight we invite the energy chief editor for energy economics for those who work on the top journal in our field to do a webinar for ISETS members tonight. I think it's 5 p.m. Tokyo times. We're currently actually planning a first international conference next October, back to back with the Asia Pacific Energy Minister meeting. Is either close. I think one of the things I want to highlight, the society is different from other clubs. We created actually a permanent free category. The reason we do that is linked to our purpose. Because we want to share the information to whoever need rather than whoever can afford to pay. So this kind of free membership allow people from whatever background or whatever sector, they can subscribe and benefit the information we are sharing. Like this event, we will be record and post online. Also, particularly important for people from underprivileged country and groups, they can access to us lead. The only difference for free paying member is that free paying member can vote for council member and others. The rest are permanent free. And the reason I actually are coming here and invite old friends coming here, I want to see the possibility whether they will to organize future events in Japan as a kind of branch or other thing. I think benefit is that whatever we discuss here will broadcast to at least our 500 subscribe member, and also through our public media channel to everybody else who are interested. I think with that, Fahad, I end up my welcome speech, and I will stay here even after 3 p.m. If people are interested, we can chatting and to explore our common interests to see we can do something. I think the last message I want to say that the academic, we always want to do something free. So this platform is a public owned and public benefit and free access. Yeah. Thank you very much, Fahad. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Rock, for the interesting welcoming remarks and introducing ISETS. I hope with, this event, Tokyo Energy Transition Forum, we expand the activities in Japan and also establishing the Japan branch for having more knowledge sharing program, research, and involving Japanese researchers more in the energy transition topic, which is very important. Thank you. So next, I would like to invite Professor Kazuo Matsushita. He's our first keynote speaker. Professor Matsushita is a professor emeritus of Kyoto University and a senior fellow at the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. Professor Matsushita's keynote speech title is Peace and the Climate Crisis, Energy Transition to a Decarbonized Society. Professor Matsushita, please.
Well, thank you, Fahad. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important and timely forum. Let me share the screen. Okay, my title is Peace and the Climate Crisis, Energy Transition to a Decarbonized Society. Let me start with the climate crisis and COVID-19. The climate crisis and COVID-19 are two urgent issues that the international community has to work together to address to ensure the survival of humankind. We need to make an early transition to an economy that is less prone to pandemics and can avoid climate crisis. Now, what Russia's invasion of Ukraine revealed? Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a powerful reminder of the importance and urgency of ending our dependence on fossil fuels. It is needless to say that war is the greatest destruction of human rights and environment. The environmental damage in Ukraine caused by Russian military actions is enormous and long-lasting, including attacks on nuclear facilities. An orthodox approach to energy and environmental security is to promptly reduce dependence on fossil fuels and to expand renewable energy and promote energy efficiency and conservation. Next, green recovery from COVID-19. The implementation of green recovery, in other words, measures to restore the economy after the COVID-19 recession, should be an opportunity to realize a decarbonized society. Conventional economic recovery measures, such as support for fossil fuel intensive industries, cannot expect long-term structural change to realize a decarbonized society. On the other hand, green recovery measures or Build Back Better approach, which include new lifestyle and work styles such as low carbon employment, renewable energy, and telework, are expected to contribute to the transition to a decarbonized society and realization of SDGs. And according to the IRENA, International Renewable Energy Agency, green recovery will lead to overall employment expansion. Now, the climate crisis is real, and urgent actions are required by all countries and by all actors. But while the global net anthropogenic emissions have continued to rise across all major groups of greenhouse gases, we are now facing the challenge to the climate crisis and are required to arrive at a net zero society. Since COP26 last year in the UK, it has become the de facto standard for major countries to aim for net zero emission of greenhouse gases in their national development strategies. For countries and corporations, decarbonization has become a precondition for economic survival, and the global era of great competition for decarbonization has begun. But the time is running out. We have to specify pathways for economic and social changes toward decarbonization, as well as to identify policy measures to achieve necessary reform and to secure financial resources. According to the report by the IEA, International Energy Agency, and their net zero by 2050, a roadmap for the global energy sector report. In the net zero pathway by 2030, solar and wind power capacity will quadruple. Electric car sales will increase by 18 times, and energy intensity of GDP will improve 4% per annum. These figures are very impressive, but in order to attain such a pathway, an unparalleled clean energy investment will have to be made. This unparalleled clean energy investment boom for end-use energy infrastructure, electricity generation, and low-emission fuels lifts global economic growth. In the net zero pathway by IEA, solar and wind power race ahead, raising the share of renewables in total generation from 29% in 2020 to nearly 19% in 2050, complemented by nuclear, hydrogen, and CCUS. This figure shows between 2020 and 2050, demand for coal fall by 90%, oil by 75%, and natural gas by 55% in the net zero pathway. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the weaponization of fossil fuels have strongly reminded of the need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and to strengthen our energy security. This diagram shows the trends of the energy self-sufficiency ratio of major countries. It shows that such countries as Japan, Korea, Germany are vulnerable in terms of energy security. Then how can energy security be improved? On the demand side, the most promising means is to promote energy efficiency and conservation. On the supply side, the most promising means is to expand renewable energy. There is a trade-off between fossil fuel import and decarbonization. And as for nuclear, there remains such problems as risk of accidents, final disposal of nuclear waste, and rising cost. And according to the IEA report, energy efficiency, renewable energy, and energy savings are cheaper and faster and create more jobs. New solar PV and wind have low abatement costs, as do nuclear lifetime extensions and repowering existing wind and hydro facilities. Solar PV provides the largest boost to jobs. This shows the cost comparison of power generation energy technologies in the US. Nuclear and coal-fired power is more expensive than solar or onshore wind. As for nuclear power, more plants will be constructed in China and emerging countries, not in G7 or other advanced economies. In conclusion, the climate crisis is a crisis of human rights in the sense that it threatens the basis of people's survival. And in particular, it is a crisis of children's rights that deprives future generation of the possibility of development. Therefore, achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 is fulfilling our responsibility to future generations. We should aim at a society where people can live humanely in a decarbonized, nature-friendly, recycling-oriented, and regionally self-reliant society. The war in Ukraine complicated the transition path in the short term. But in the longer term, however, energy security and economic could converge to kick net zero emission efforts into higher gear. Bold moves would be needed at an unprecedented speed to boost energy efficiency measures and adopt renewable energy alternatives to fossil fuels. If adopted, such actions could drive net zero technologies down their respective cost curves and build a pathway to faster decarbonization in other regions. The war in Ukraine has not only unleashed a humanitarian tragedy, but has also dealt with the efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emission by a powerful supply side shocks. Yet, for public and private sector leaders willing to take the necessary bold steps, the new logic of energy security and economic holds the promise of making this a turning point in seizing the opportunity to address the globe's unfolding climate crisis. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Matsushita, for the informative keynote speech. You provided very great big picture of the current status of energy transition and the required reform and investment, especially from the side of G7 countries. Thank you very much. So next, I would like to invite our second distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Naoyuki Yoshino, who is a professor emeritus of Keio University, Japan, and director at the Financial Research Center, FSA Institute of Government of Japan. Professor Yoshino's keynote speech title is Green Investments, Optimal Portfolio Allocation, and Carbon Tax. Professor Yoshino, please.
Thank you very much. I'm preparing for my
Okay, so we cannot see you. The video is not, the camera is not working, seems.
It is not set it up here. I
Oh.
sent my paper yesterday.
Yeah, I have your slides. If you want,
You have?
I can.
Okay, then can you show my slides?
Sure. I can share your slides. Okay, Professor, now we have your
Okay.
slides.
Thank you very much for inviting me today. Today, I would like to talk about, please go to next, several issues about environment. One is ESG investment, green bond. And also I would like to talk about small and medium-sized efforts to reduce greenhouse gas. And lastly, the way to induce private investment into green investments. Those are my major topics I would like to discuss. Please go to next. Since many of you are not economists, so I'd like to briefly explain about the portfolio allocation. Portfolio allocation, investors are looking at rate of return and risk, and then they decide their optimal portfolio allocation. However, recently in the middle, ESG or greenness are the third factor investors has to pay attention to. Please go to next. Traditionally, two-parameter approach is often used, which was initiated by Professor William Sharp and Markowitz. Both of them have obtained Nobel Prize in economics. They look at rate of return, R, and sigma square, the risk. Rate of return is positive utility on the third line, and risk is negative, and beta stands for the rate of return and risk allocations. So these are the traditional approach in portfolio investments. You go to next. However, now we have to take into account of third axis, either ESG score, green score. Then you can see on this diagram, on the vertical axis, point A and point B, and then depending on rating agencies, point F will become the optimal point rather than in the horizontal axis of point E. So in other words, traditionally investors are looking at rate of return and risk in horizontal axis. Then point E was optimal. But now they have to pay attention to the third factor in addition to rate of return and risk, either ESG score, greenness score. Then the point F will become the optimal point. Please go to next. And this is the equation. Equation 7 is the optimal portfolio allocation. You will see ESG A and ESG B at the bottom of the equation. Company A's ESG score, company B's ESG scores are also important to decide their portfolio allocation. Please go to next. I looked at many rating agencies. How do they define ESG scores? And please go to next. Some of the rating agencies look at companies' ESG efforts. And another rating agency look at degree of disclosure and so on. And they interview some of the senior staff of the company and whether the company is very serious about ESG investments. And another rating agency look at the booklet of the disclosure and how many pages they are discussing about greenness and the environments. So in other words, each rating agency has different criteria for ESG. Please go to next. This can be shown in this diagram. Vertical axis, black line AB is one rating agency. Green line of CD is another rating agency. Each rating agency has their different criteria to compare ESG scores of one company to another. Then if you bring this back to the horizontal line, point F or point G will become the selected point for portfolio allocation. So this will distort the portfolio allocation because ESG scores are not unique and they are different depending on each rating agency. Please go to next. This is the empirical analysis, how each rating agency advise the distortion of their portfolio allocation. If you look at the last row or value of alpha, this alpha is the portfolio allocation between company A and company B. I picked up 3 rating agencies, Robeco Sun, Sustainalytics, and Bloomberg. Then each rating agency has a different score of company A, if we look at the first row. And second row is the ESG score for company B. You can see 1.8, 1.3, 3.9. All are different because they define ESG in different manner. Then the last line, you can see 0.71, 0.74, 0.54. This is the allocation between company A and company B. Robeco Sun, 71% should be allocated to company A, 29% to company B. Last one is Bloomberg, 54% company A, 46% to company B. So you can see here, for the investors, which rating agency they will consult with, then portfolio allocation will be different. So this will currently lead to distorted portfolio allocation because each rating agency has so much different definition of environment. Please go to next. Okay, then what would be the best way to compensate these distortions? The best way is greenhouse gas tax, CO2 tax. Please go to next. Once the tax is charged to each companies, then you can see equation 11 and 12. Investors can look at after-tax rate of return and after-tax risks of the companies. Then they can invest into the company just based on after-tax rate of return, after-tax risks, without taking into account of ESG score or environmental scores. Please go to next. This will show how much point E, original optimal portfolio, can move to optimal after-tax portfolio return of point T. Then at point T, investors do not have to pay attention to ESG score anymore because tax is automatically adjusting the exposure of CO2 of each company. So this will bring again the optimal portfolio allocation. Please go to next. Then many people ask, how could we compute CO2 exposures? Satellite photo recently can capture the heat of each house, each small businesses, large companies. Then they can estimate of the CO2 exposures, even for small businesses and also in the houses. So theoretically speaking, it is possible to charge CO2 tax, not only companies, but also to individual households. Please go to next. And another solution in order to bring optimal portfolio is unified credit rating. So international organization will make the environmental credit rating for each company by just one number, rather than allowing so many rating agencies to give their own scores. That, of course, rating agencies hate this proposal because all of them lose their business. But there are only 2 ways to compensate for this distorted allocation. One is greenhouse gas tax or single global green credit rating. These 2 are the ways to bring back to optimal portfolio allocation. Otherwise, so much distorted allocations will keep on going. Please go to next. And please skip. Okay, next. Because of time constraint, I just want to talk about the same thing can be applied green bond principle. Okay, please go to my previous page. Green bonds are defined by ICMA, International Capital Market Association in France, 2018. Then they allow the project can issue green bond if it were renewable energy project. Number two, energy efficient projects, they can issue green bond. In Japan, the first green bond was issued by in Otemachi green efficient building. And I interviewed those issuers of green bond. How much CO2 has been reduced with that green building? They said they don't know exactly, but about 20% reduction of CO2 of those new buildings. Then another building is 30% cut of CO2. All of them can issue green bond. So in other words, green bond can also bring distortions of accuracy of CO2 reduction. So again, I think the tax on greenhouse gas is better than allowing to issue green bond based on these 10 criteria. So please go to next. Go down, go down, go down. I'll have to skip some of them. Okay, go down, go down. Lastly, I would like to talk about go down, go down. 2 points about go down, go down. How to bring private sector investment into green investments. Then go to next. I'm focusing on, yes, please here. I'm focusing on how to increase the rate of return from green investments. Currently, green investments are relying on user fees. If it's hydropower, then they are collecting fees from users. Then people prefer low rate of return, but private investors prefer high rate of return. So currently, most of the green projects are black line. And horizontal R line is the government bond, interest rate on government bond. And most of these green projects are lower rate of return than government bond. So how to bring this low rate of return into higher rate of return, just like red line, which can bring private sector investment into green projects. Please go to next. The reason why these green projects are very low rate of return is they only rely on user charges of the left-hand side. However, on the right-hand side, private investors prefer high rate of return, and users on the left prefer low fees. So current mechanism of PPP has intrinsic problem, conflicts between users and private investors. Left-hand side, users prefer low fees. On the other hand, private investors on the right-hand side prefer high rate of return. That is why so many PPP projects in green energy has failed. There's a conflict between the two. So we have to bring some other revenue sources into these projects. Please go to next. Then we paid attention to the spillover effects of these hydropower. If these hydropower started to be supplied, then the region will be developed. New businesses come to the region. New housing will be constructed. So there's a huge spillover impacts into the region, which can increase tax revenues, not only property tax, but also corporate tax, sales tax, income tax. In the past, all these spillover tax revenues went to the government, and projects only relied on user fees. So my proposal is to bring 50% of these spillover tax revenues to the investors. Please go to next. So this is the scheme of my proposal. Blue dotted line is without these green energy supply. The green energy supply will increase regional economic activities, and that will increase tax revenues. that is a red line. All these increased tax revenues went to the government in the past. And if 50% of these tax revenues were returned to investors, then green dotted line will become the revenue for these green investments. That can attract lots of private investors. So I think spillover tax revenues, which originally went to the government, should be returned to the investors, because these spillover tax revenues originally comes from green power supply. So that will be my last proposal. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yoshino, for the interesting presentation, especially by highlighting the role of fiscal policy, carbon taxation, green bond, green rating, which are very important policy implications. So with this, we finish the first part, and then we will have the next session. This session will be chaired by my colleague, Professor Satoshi Honma, and we will have 3 presentations in this session. Professor Honma, are you there? Yes.
My name is Satoshi Honma of Tokai University, and I am co-host and teacher in morning session. We have 3 presenters. Each presentation is 20 minutes and 10 minutes for discussion and Q&A. First presentation is Professor Yong-Go Chan from Singapore University of Social Science. The present title is Transition to Net Zero in Southeast Asia, Its Opportunities and Challenges. Okay. Please, Professor Chan.
Okay, thank you very much for kind introduction and invitation. Do you see my screen?
Yes, it is clear.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Again, I'm very glad to present my research on transition to net zero in developing Asia. I wish I were there, but unfortunately, I was not able to travel. So, but glad to join even virtually. Okay. So my topic today is what is status and opportunity challenges exist in developing Asia in terms of transition to net zero. So here is my agenda. What energy works in economy and environment, and what are the impact of carbon dioxide and relationship to net transition, and my research questions, and some status of carbon footprint of developing Asia, what options and opportunities and challenges are there, and what kind of policy recommendation can be drawn. Okay, right. So let me present what energy consumption is. Okay, energy consumption means transform energy from one type to another. Okay, by the 2 fundamental laws of thermodynamics, the available amount of energy does not change. In other words, energy neither created nor destroyed. And through the transformation of energy process, the amount of usable energy will decrease. Okay, so for example here, consuming a fossil fuel like natural gas means a changed type of energy. Okay, for example, natural gas, methane, CH4, combined with the air, oxygen, and produce heat or water in the form of heat and carbon dioxide. So this is a simple equation whole entire process of energy consumption or transformation. So this brings us three messages or issues. How to ensure, secure the amount of supply on left-hand side, CH4. And then go to right-hand side, how we can increase the efficiency of the transformation. And then how do we reduce or handle the byproduct, carbon dioxide? Okay. With this in mind, we can think about what are the consequences of net zero transition, and what we can do. Okay. Energy, as we know, in the economy, used, economic growth, leave carbon dioxide, that will stay about 150 to 200 years. That eventually increase the global surface temperature. So there are positive effect of increasing temperature as well as negative effect. Although positive effect is not negligible, the negative impact are far greater than positive effect. So already one of the keynote speaker mentioned that we witnessed the negative effect of carbon dioxide increase. Heavy flooding in China, severe drought in Europe and China as well. Then accumulation of carbon dioxide means, okay, we need to change to different type of energy. Okay. However, recent war between Russia and Ukraine limited access to relatively clean fossil fuel, which is natural gas, and forced the world to tap the coal more than ever. Okay, that hinders the transition to net zero. And anomaly in climate such as severe drought in Asia and Europe also limit using hydropower and forced to tap to coal. Okay, dirtiest energy. Okay, so all these lead to world to declare the roadmap of transition to net zero. Okay? So what are the implications of transition to net zero? Meaning the amount of carbon dioxide emissions must be reduced at the same amount of carbon dioxide emitted, okay, somewhere. Okay? There are a few ways, like reducing energy consumption, switching to less carbon emitting energy, and improve energy efficiency, as I earlier said. But all these options comes with some or sometimes very high cost that will affect the economy negatively. Okay? And carbon dioxide can be sequestered, but that is not only costly, but where we put the removed carbon dioxide, okay, these questions must be handled or managed well in developing roadmap of transition to net zero. Okay, so with this in mind, my research questions for this presentation is to examine the status of carbon footprint of developing Asia and what are the options of net zero transition. Okay, so identify the current status, then check the possible opportunity and challenges that face developing Asia, and try to draw some policy recommendations that can fully exploit the identified opportunities, also addressing the challenges faced the developing Asia. Okay, so this is the footprint of developing Asia in 2018, data taken from World Resources Institute. Okay, so 2018 was the latest data available. Okay, so we can see that like East Asia, like China, Korea. So developing Asia excluded Japan. Okay, so South Asia followed by Southeast Asia. So altogether, in developing Asia, share of world carbon emission is around 50%. Okay. If we see the relationship between carbon dioxide emission per capita and GDP per capita, a love relationship is positive. Implication, to reduce carbon dioxide emission means decreasing economic growth. Okay, so how do we handle? Okay, and what kind of opportunity we have with this, or what challenge comes from this relationship. Another one is carbon emission per GDP, energy efficiency and GDP per capita seems to be constant if we include China here. In this figure does not include China. Okay, it's a bit the outlier. Okay, if include China, relationship is more like a horizontal. That means we don't have any message. But without China, relationship is slightly decreasing. That means there is some hope to decrease carbon dioxide emission per capita while increase GDP per capita. Okay? And these are the industries, sector that emit the largest carbon dioxide. It comes from electricity and heat, the backbone of society and economy, followed by manufacturing and construction. So if we reduce carbon dioxide emission without adding non-carbon emitting energy, okay, what we expected is the decrease in economic growth. Okay. So IEA suggests like a roadmap to net zero. So these are the 7 key pillars, like energy efficiency, change in behavior, electrification, develop renewables, use more hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels and bioenergy, and also suggest the CC carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Okay. They also note that there are some uncertainty in behavioral change and bioenergy and land use change and application of CCUS. Okay. These are the areas, but can we utilize those at a reasonable cost with a good result? Okay, that is a question. Okay, this is more specifically options available in ASEAN context. Okay, to achieve the energy transition resilience, okay, again, develop renewable energy, improve energy efficiency, and introduce ambitious policy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and investment in power sector. Okay. So in ASEAN context, 5 key channels use ASEAN power grid and address the consequences of continued usage of fossil fuels, okay, or develop efficient air conditioner, introduce green transport, use more clean cooktop. These are the key channels in ASEAN context. Then 7 strategies also suggested more specifically, for example, introduce a multilateral electric trading via ASEAN power grid, because some ASEAN country has a huge source in clean energy over hydropower. Okay. Also, develop a common gas market through Trans-ASEAN pipeline. Okay. Develop and adopt clean coal technology, reduce energy intensity, improve energy efficiency, developing renewable energy, and coordinate regional energy policy and plans. And also develop the civilian nuclear energy is the last resort. Okay. These are the strategies, but what we need to do is how we can make this strategy work. Okay. So here are the possible options for transition to net zero. First one is hydrogen, like International Energy Agency, DMB, even like a newspaper, Financial Times, try to reinvent the hydrogen. Okay. In other words, making hydrogen from black sources to green sources. Okay. And one suggests eliminate the coal from energy basket and replace coal with renewable energy. Some kind of carbon trade arbitrage is one suggestion. Or European Union's green taxonomy can be adopted in developing Asia with some modification. In other words, natural gas and nuclear energy can be considered green. Okay, these are the options available. Okay, and specifically, I'm staying in Singapore. These are the Singapore's options. Okay, first, import electricity. Okay, also develop low carbon hydrogen. Also tap to solar energy, and to position as a low carbon supply alternative, and develop carbon market. Singapore is already implementing carbon tax and creating multi-layered grid and resorting to digital technology and managing energy demand and affordable energy. Also optimize the power system by managing end-use consumptions. Okay, I think Singapore case is unique, but some options can be applied to in developing Asia. Okay? So opportunities with all this in mind, opportunity can be summarized in 3 areas: green growth and decarbonization and technology and innovation. Okay? So green growth, it comes from green business or green bond. Okay, so net zero transition may open a new business or specifically in green area. Okay, so like one example I found is a fossil fuel free steel mill. Okay, whose production based in hydrogen. Okay, so this is one example. Another one, already the keynote speakers mentioned there, decarbonization. Okay, so decarbonization make efficient operation possible, create market for low emission products such as electric vehicle, and it will bring the new goods and services for supporting this new market, such as materials for battery, charging infrastructure for electric vehicle and reforestation. Okay, so these are the opportunities. Then technology and innovation. Net zero transition will expedite the development of existing technology as well as promote innovation in various areas. Okay. So, however, there are more challenges, I guess, than opportunities. Here are some challenges facing the developing Asia in the road to net zero transition. Okay. Net zero transition reshuffle entire energy system. Okay, so how we handle this? Okay, then it also requires the abatement of emission from various sources. Okay, then net zero transition requires huge investment, also collection of analysis of relevant data to see how well the transition pathway has progressed. Okay. Another one is net zero transition will increase energy price. That will limit accessibility to energy for many people. Okay. Another one is net zero transition focus on developing renewable energy, so that will bring the trade-off between fuel and food. Okay. And my final challenge I identify here is making carbon neutrality and decarbonization as tagged as sustainability. So that should be distinguished. Okay. So with this opportunity and challenges, there are 3 policy recommendations. One is resorting to market mechanism to address environmental problems in the economy, the carbon pricing, whether it's the carbon tax or it's the carbon trading. Okay, this could be an option. Okay. Second one is low-cost capital should be provided as net zero transition requires huge investment. This is especially needed for developing renewable energy. So low-cost capital with policy support. Okay. And finally, the net zero transition focus on supply side, but something happened on customer side when net zero transition is accelerated. So some kind of zero carbon asset in home and business can be delivered through the customer-centered zero carbon energy business models. So this can be developed. Okay, zero carbon asset and home and business are produced. How we can deliver this within the zero carbon energy business models. So this is my third policy recommendations. Okay, so with this, I end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your comprehensive presentation, Professor Chan. Second presentation is Professor Jin Jun Shi from Nagoya University. Presentation title is Hydrogen Supply Chain and Growing Future Energy Storage and Carbon Neutrality.
Manga.
Professor Joel, we cannot hear you. Would you please speak a little bit louder?
Because I'm standing here. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So this is a very interesting picture. The war Putin made the EU green because EU is now facing very difficult situation of energy crisis and also energy transition. So my presentation is something like this, and I will give you a week. And the outline is something like this. The first one, I want to briefly talk about the impact of Russia, Ukraine war and the world economy, on the world energy. Second one, the scenario analysis of the world energy supply chains. Because I'm now doing post COVID-19, I have a large project from Mengkaxiao, and that is titled the supply chain construction, including energy supply chain. And the third one is chessboard detection of energy geographics. And today we have two presentations already, and this first speaker from the Vice Chancellor talked about the energy transition and political geographic policy. And Professor from Kyoto University also talked about the peace and energy security issues. So I will do something like this. How will change the war will change the global energy issues and also energy geographics, geopolitics. Finally, I will touch briefly the impact of Russia-Ukraine war and energy crisis on the environment issue and climate change. And now is climate change is very, very important. But the COP27 will come very soon. And also the Vice Chancellor mentioned about the environmental impact of the war. Okay, let me show you the first part, the impact of Russia-Ukraine war on the world energy. So this war started from February of this year, roughly last 8 months already. Maybe Putin want to have a short-term war, but it seems to me that the war will continue, may last more than maybe 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. Because if you look at the historical case of Russia as a former Soviet Union war to Afghanistan, it lasts 10 years, and the U.S. war with Iraq after 10 years, so may last longer. So the longer the war, the bad the situation, and especially energy crisis. So this war, I think, will totally change the energy structure or energy trading in the world, and also will change the world or global, geopolitics greatly. So in this war, we can see that the USA sent, weapons, advanced weapons to Ukraine, and Ukraine military office consuming industry. Also, it will create a lot of environmental pollutions and destroy our target of carbon neutrality. So this is a very serious problem. And then the war is now in a very, very important turning point. I mean, turning point is many means here is one is energy transition and energy structure change or energy trading in the world. Another one is that the geopolitics transition, which is turning point, because either EU will close to the USA or EU will be independent, more partially, or Russia and China have a more closer, strategic partnership relations, something like that. But if you look at these two pictures, it is very dangerous situation. That one is Russia's gas pipeline to European countries. It's constructed many years and also supplies roughly 40% gas to European countries. But this pipeline had been destroyed partially. Who did? We don't want to know. But anyway, it has a very huge damage on the Europeans' energy market and also European people's life. The red one is very terrible things, because we know that years ago in Ukraine was Chernobyl nuclear liquid. That lasted 30 years, more than 30 years, 40 years. Still, it's a terrible situation there. But this time, if the war, if the missile attack the nuclear power plant, you guess what will happen? Wow, maybe it's a third World War or nuclear war starting from Ukraine. So this is a very serious situation. And moreover, this nuclear power plant supplies roughly 1/5 of power supply in Ukraine. So if this power station had been destroyed, so how Ukraine people can survive, and also what will happen to the energy issue, energy market. Okay, we can see the current situation. The left side is a picture EU trade with Russia by product from 2011, from 2011 to 2021. So we can see that the total shares of the trade with Russia had been declined slightly. However, the largest share still is energy. So the Russian company export gas and oil to EU countries. The blue picture, the bar, shows that how large shares of the trade with EU country and Russia. So we can see that Germany shares the largest share, or roughly 42% of gas, natural gas, are importing from Russia. Other countries are also very high shares. And what is the impact on the war on the energy issues? Firstly, it's energy crisis. What it means that the natural gas prices so on and raise very sharply. You can see the BBC's picture here, very high energy price. And also, who is the largest who accepted the largest damage or influence? Germany. So the bubble larger, the bubble the larger the influence. Okay, and then what the consequence? You can see. Firstly, Russia will change its direction of energy export. So this is the before war, a trade route to other countries, including many countries. But now the USA and the EU is now doing economic sanctions to Russia. So some route will be cut off, or some pipeline will be shut down. And then we can see what happens. People. Shrimpong and we have been doing energy inequality for many papers already, but still doing on that. So energy inequality, who will be the worst worstly affected? People. So we can see that now in European country, maybe this year will be a very cold winter. So how can we do? In German people are preparing the firewood because they use firewood. And then the people in UK and other country are worried about the bill, the electric bill. And also, we hear the news from that some Chinese company are making good money because European people need this kind of warm set and also muffler and also electric goods to protect themselves from the cold winter. This is very important issue. So the US and the EU have sanctioned to Russia stop import oil and gas from Russia gradually. But next year or the end of this year, you'll totally shut down the pipeline. But who will be benefited? USA, because European country has to import gas and oil from other countries. If the largest export, Russian cannot do that. Well, who can do that? USA. So USA will replace Russia to be the largest supplier of energy to European country. And also, this is something we call the energy crisis. So energy price driving inflation. We can see that the Federal Reserve of USA raised the interest rate several times. That give a very bad influence for many countries, especially Japan. The Japanese yen depreciation and also the oil price, you can see raised very rapidly. And also UK and other countries had been hit seriously. So this is a price of energy in the UK raised roughly 2 times. In Japan also several times already. So this kind of war may seriously damage the we call so-called world supply chain, especially energy supply chain. I will do some scenario to see what will happen next if the war continues. So this is a picture of pre-war trade of energy. You can see the left side is year 2000 and 2021. So the Russian company have this kind of pipeline with European countries. We can see the left side, this picture, the pipeline is not so many, but in 2021, you can see the line increased. That means the trade with energy trade with a European country has been increased rapidly. And also, this is a pipeline from Russia to other countries. So left side is this kind of color. The dark color means that more energy export. But after the war, during the war, after war, some people predict this kind of pipeline will be shut down, or will be the energy export will be reduced due to the sanction to Russia. So we can see this line. The line will rise, and the bubble will be smaller. Bubble smaller means the trade volume will be smaller. So I have several situation simulation analysis. We call it scenario analysis. What happens after the war? Firstly, I think that the EU decoupling with Russia will increase energy trade with USA. Definitely, this is a current situation. So the EU or European country and the USA trade the supply chain will be strengthened. Okay, so we can see this. This is a graph to say that this year's the Russia has USA has increased its export of energy to the other countries and roughly beyond the volume of Russia. And also the supply chain has broken and fragmented. So that is a very serious problem. And we can see these pictures that the US EU energy supply chain will be built and strengthened in the future. However, we also to think about seriously. This is not something easy to do in a short term. It need a long time to build a long undersea pipeline from USA to European country. It's very, very constructive, very time consuming things. And also because the pipeline passing through the sea, it's not safe, not so safe. It's dangerous. Also many risks, and also cost will be very high. That is why that European countries, including Germany and Italy and the UK, complaining USA sells too high price gas to European countries. But we can see that because its transportation is very long. So I don't think that this kind of a US EU energy supply chain can be operated very smoothly. Many problems, but in short time it will work. The scenario 2 is something we call a diamond shaped supply chain, energy supply chain. You can see USA, Japan, and India and Australia. Why? Because these 4 countries are strengthening the so-called Indian Pacific strategy. This is a very important strategy provided by USA and also launched by Japan and also Australia and India. So if this kind of strategy going well, then the energy supply chain will be changed. But we can see that Japan and wants to invest power plant in India, and also Japan has a very positive to build a hydrogen supply chain with Australia. Actually, it's working now already. Scenario 3 is the Eurasian energy supply chain. That means mainly Russia and China and India and also Mongolia, Indonesia and some countries like that, Asian countries. We can see in recent years, Russia's oil and gas export to Asian countries has been increasing rapidly. Maybe in the next few years, will replace other countries to be the #1 in Asian country. And China and Russia now have a fully open strategy partnership relations. So especially in energy issues, more and more Russian made gas and oil would be exported to China. So we can see that in recent years, they are rapidly, especially this year, roughly 20%, 30% increase import from Russia. And this is the formal strategy. The right one is Russia's energy strategy, including North Korea, China, India, Turkey, and the European countries. But now cut off the European country, but still have this triangle, diamond shaped step. Now here's the latest news that Russia has a pipeline, a gas pipeline with China already years ago. So this is something that we call the East line. East, this is the red one, is become now working already, or operating already. But now China and Russia are discussing to build another line called the Western line. So pass through Mongolia. So Mongolia will be included in this new strategy. So if this kind of things happens, then the Russian, China, and Mongolia's relation will be closer, and this kind of supply chain will be formed. Okay, third one is we play chess, and the chessboard detection of energy geographics. I think maybe you're interested in it. I just summarize the historical change of historical events like this from 1960 to now. So in 1960s, we know that OPEC was founded. OPEC and the coal at that time was before that time was in energy source, and UK and USA era we call it. But after the OPEC funded, they something changed. Oil, they call it oil, OPEC oil. But also we know that oil is the blood of industry, but oil is full covered by blood. So that means war. People died, many wars, many people died in the oil conflict or war. So we had several Middle East wars, first one, second, and the fourth one. And so this is the OPEC. But after that, you can see after the Gulf War, something changed, especially in 2004, the USA, developed large scale of shale gas, called shale gas revolution, because it's cheap. Also, Japan had a long-term contract with USA to import US shale gas. So this is something we call revolution, because that is changed the world energy political geography totally. The OPEC's role influence had been done greatly, but now currently it's new energy issues because of war. So what is the situation? The war will influence on the world supply chain, energy supply chain. We set several conditions: new cooperation, competition, and competition. Another possibility So first one is that European country and American company have a close cooperation, and the European EU US trade energy supply chain will be formed, and then that will enhance the oil dollar, US dollar. The oil, because paid transacted by dollar, US dollar. So the US dollar, oil dollar will be stronger, and then the USA, the consequence is that USA will strengthen its control over European countries. So that is something USA wants to do, but it's something European countries are not willing to do. Second is competition. This Japan, Australia, India, USA had energy supply chain, and then the consequence is strengthen the so-called triangular enrichment. So this is a second case. The third one is competition and cooperation. So Russia and China, we have a closer strategic cooperation, including India, or including Mongolia. So this kind of thing will happens very possible, because now the gas and oil trade with India, with China, has been increased very rapidly. But because economic sanction, they cannot pay by ruble, Russian money, but currency, but renminbi, Chinese yuan. So this is something that may in this some area, Chinese yuan will replace the dollar to be the regional currency. This is also some people doing financial research predicted. But the bad thing is that if this kind of things happen, maybe USA and China and Russia have another new Cold War. So we can see the signal already. The Cold War is already begins. We don't want the Cold War, but the situation, the real situation is that this will be happen. The third one is OPEC. OPEC, I think, is OPEC is a very important route to have a base or basic supply of energy. So sometimes if we need more energy, we can ask them to produce more oil. And then if the price is too high, we can ask them to balance, to make an equilibrium. So this is also, but OPEC's influence remains, but it will be weakened than before. Fourth one is possibility. It's very interesting. So if the European countries said we don't want to rely on, have too high, concentration on Russian energy, and also we don't want to have a too high rely on USA, then maybe Macron and the French president and other European leader say we want to independent from USA or also Russia. So this is some European country expected. Okay, conclusion. The trend of energy geographies, like something like this. The strengthening of the EU-USA relations, and also Russia will change its direction of trade, energy trade, and also Asian will become a new geographic area of conflict between China and USA and Russia. And finally, I may say very briefly to say that the impact of war on climate change governance. And the COP27 will come in soon, and many countries want to see how to deal with climate change issues on the war, in the war period. I think that several things we have to think about. We can do some joint research about. The first one is environment pollution. How can evaluate how to can reduce it? The second one is carbon emission. Will the world continue to do its promise target or to postpone it? some country wants to propose something, some country wants to promote it. Third one is all very important: timetable and pathway of carbon neutrality. We worry about the issues, but we also think that, as I show you the cartoon, so the world may push European countries to, do it energy transition in advance. May these countries can realize its transition earlier. So this is also another positive. Finally, international cooperations and energy climate change. Okay, I may stop here. Time already. Thank you.
Thank you for interesting presentation. Third presenter is Dr. Yuki Kudo from National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology. The title is ISETS Challenge to Achieving Carbon Neutrality. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your introduction. Yes, my name is Yuki Kudo from National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, or AIST. And thank you very much for having me here today. And I'd like to introduce what AIST is doing to contribute to the carbon neutrality from the technology side. And the AIST is called the biggest national institute in Japan, maybe in terms of the number of the people working or the budget we receive from the government. And we are striving to create a sustainable society through the technology development. And we have 7 research fields shown here that covers energy and environment, life science, information technology, materials, electronics, geological survey, and meteorology standards. Right. Right. I'm just wondering whether my presentation file is shared.
We can see your screen. It's clear now. Just please make it a little bit maximize.
Right. Please wait for a moment.
今、発表者用になってるんで、それでいったかな。
Okay. Sorry for kept you waiting. Yes, this is about what I was talking about. Yes, about the very brief introduction of our institute. And I belong to the Department of Energy and Environment, and our mission is to the final goal is to contribute to a zero emission society. And we were working on a technology for challenging the energy, environment, and resource problems. And there are two major research fields. One is about the low carbon technology that includes the clean energy development, energy storage, and energy conservation. And another one is the harmonization of the industry and environment, which includes the resource circulation or risk abatement. And in terms of to look for the future, we are setting up a long-term strategy by backcasting to deal with the various uncertainties that arise in the future. So I think that まだ時間ってあるんですか？大丈夫ですかね? So let me just show you a very the introductory video of the research center I now belong to. I'm just wondering if the sound is available via the Zoom.
No, we cannot hear it.
No. Then I'll skip this. So I belong to the Global Zero Emission Research Center, and it was established in the January 2020. And it is a kind of former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo's initiatives to establish an international joint research base for the zero emission technologies. And our director is Dr. Yoshino Akira, who is the Nobel laureate in chemistry in 2019 for the development of the lithium-ion batteries. And the purpose of the reason why our research center has been established is to conduct a basic research related to the environmental innovation, aiming at creating innovations required to achieve the carbon neutrality. And yes, from this side, this is the main point of my presentation. And this slide shows the trend of the Japanese GHG emissions and its reduction target. And currently, we are aiming at achieving the carbon neutrality in 2050. And we have submitted the Japanese NDC as to reduce the 46% from in 2030 from the 2013 level. And this slide shows a couple of our government initiatives to how to achieve the carbon neutrality. The first one is about hydrogen. And as you know, Japan is the first in the world to set the national strategy for hydrogen. And also we have the roadmap for the carbon recycling technologies. This is to consider the CO2 as not as the emission, but as a source for producing valuable things such as chemicals, fuels, minerals, and others. And as I have said, the former Prime Minister have declared that we are going to achieve the carbon neutrality in 2050. And in accordance with this, we have set the so-called green growth strategy last in December 2020. This is a kind of industrial policy to meet the challenging goal of the carbon neutrality to a positive cycle of economic growth and environmental protection. And to promote the R&Ds to achieve the carbon neutrality, we have also established a 2 trillion yen Green Innovation Fund. And some major private companies or our AIST is involved in this some of these Green Innovation Fund projects. So all of these initiatives are to how to is to contribute to the future carbon neutrality. And if we talk about the measures for the 2030, 2030 is we only have 7 or 8 years there, so we cannot do something very drastic. We have to follow what we have right now, and to go straight line efforts to achieve the realistic targets. But in terms of the 2050, there are very many uncertainties. For example, the technology level, the social landscape, and so on. And so we recognize that it is necessary to overview the interrelationships among the energy, economy, and others under various scenarios envisioned, and develop a long-term strategy that can cope with these future uncertainties. So most of the researchers from the energy systems like me, we analyze the impact of the different assumptions as shown here. For example, the supply of the energies, the R&D levels, and energy policy and social structures. And these assumptions on the future energy system using energy system model, which is a mathematical model that represents the interrelationships among the components of an energy system. And in terms of AIST, we use the so-called ISETS Markov model. The Markov model itself was developed by the IEA. And I think, as far as I know, most of the major countries have their own Markov, or there is another successor model called the TIMES. And either this Markov or TIMES model is used in the major countries to analyze the future energy system. And to achieve the carbon neutrality, there are 3 aspects we have to go through. This figure represents how to reduce the carbon, to achieve the carbon neutrality. The horizontal axis is the energy consumption, and the vertical is the CO2 intensity of the energy, which means that this area of the rectangle is the amount of the CO2 which is emitted from the power sector or the non-power sector. First, what is important is to reduce the energy by energy conservation. And also, electricity is a very, how to say, efficient energy. Its energy efficiency is really high, so that the energy saving and the electrification that to the areas where currently the electricity they cannot use electricity is a very important thing to reduce the amount of the energy. And another thing is to reducing the CO2 intensity. For example, for the electricity sector, excuse me. Using of the low carbon electricity is very important, and also for the non-power sector, the utilization of the hydrogen or CCS biofuels, etc., becomes very, very important. And also, we have to bear in mind that there are some areas that where the complete achieving the zero CO2 is very difficult. In these areas, they have to use a certain amount of the fossil fuel to meet the demand. And in this case, the carbon negative emission technology, which is to compensate the amount of the unavoidable emissions. It becomes very important to achieve the carbon neutrality. And so in my group, we are doing the scenario assessment for the future energy pathways. And very recently, it was just about 1 month ago, we have published a new paper about how to achieve the carbon neutrality in the Japanese case using our energy model. And this chart shows the transition of the CO2 towards to achieve the carbon neutrality in 2050. And as you can see, from after the 2040, the application of the negative emission technology, in this case, the direct air capture, becomes very important to achieve the zero CO2 emissions. And in case of the 2050's electricity mix, we can confirm that in 2050, the main source of electricity will be the renewables, and the others will be the nuclear and the hydrogen. So from here, we can say that to achieve the carbon neutrality, the zero emission electricity and the negative emission technology becomes is indispensable. So this is a major assumption made in this calculation. But here I would like to add one thing about the stable power supply. When the variable renewables are connected, becomes the main source of electricity, there is there will be anxiety in that for the stable power supply. In this case, the dispatchable power generation is required to balance the fluctuation of the VREs. And in our simulation, we assume that at least 30% of the electricity should be supplied from the thermal power plants, as shown here. So from the calculation result, we can we confirm that we can at least achieve the carbon neutrality. But this is just indicates the necessary conditions. It is not the sufficient condition. So what we think is important is we have to work on the how to reduce and remove CO2 significantly. So in our institute, we are challenged. Well, these are the challenge we are working on. The first one is about the renewables. Especially in Japan, still the solar photovoltaics will be the key renewables that should be implemented. And not only the current silicon PVs, but also the next generation solar cells. For example, the so-called perovskite PVs, that is that can be very easily produced compared with the conventional silicon PVs, and very lightweight, which means that it can be installed onto the not only the current rooftops, but also for the very weak leaves or onto these kind of places we can be installed. And second one is the how the storage and the transportation of renewable energy and carbon recycling, which means that the establishment of economic feasible supply chain of the hydrogen carbon recycling becomes very important. And the third one is about the negative emission technology, which I have just told. As you know, the current the CO2 concentration of in the atmosphere is really dilute. So there should be different technologies that should be applicable to to every CO2 emission sources. And one of the options we are thinking of is about the utilization of the biomass. And biomass itself is a carbon neutral energy, but if we can sequestrate the CO2 by combustion of the biomass by CCS, it will lead to the carbon negative. But the use of the biomass is not only for to getting the energy, but also if the biomass itself fix the CO2 in its body itself, so that if we can use this biomass as a durable product, we can say that it will be it is a kind of a negative emission technology. So we are working on for example, the plant modification to enhance the biomass accumulation through the genetic modifications, or the microbial symbiosis to discover and utilize the plant microbe symbiosis systems that promote the growth. And the second one is about the natural mineralization of the CO2. It is quite well known that the carbonate and the silicate reactions of the minerals have controlled the atmospheric CO2 concentration from the ancient times. And currently, there are some attempts to accelerate the mineralization by using the mafic rock. For example, the CO2 sequestration by the using the basalt, or the by grind the silicate rocks and to enhance the weathering. It is called the enhanced rock weathering. These are already some attempts are conducted in the US as well. And if we look upon the distribution of the mafic rocks in Japan, it is widely but unevenly distributed in Japan, but these are abundant in the ocean floor. The utilization of the mafic rocks in the ocean floor can not only promote the mineralization, but also expand the sequestration potential, because currently the CCS is just to capture the CO2. But also, if we can utilize these mafic rocks, this is a kind of not only to capture the CO2, but also it will make chemical reactions like shown like this, which means that this can expand our CCS potential as well. So to summarize, I would like to emphasize that both the significant reduction of CO2 and introduction of negative emission technologies are indispensable. And also, I didn't talk anything about this, but the discussions are needed on ensuring the competitiveness of industries and necessary cost is required for when we are thinking about how to disseminate these technologies into the society. So thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. So my time rolling not good. So we have a few minutes, and any question?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor, I can hear you.
So I would like to ask questions for this presentation.
Yes, please.
First one is first one is Cho Ingo from Singapore. All these energy efforts requires some financing. So what kind of tax sources are you thinking of in these programs? Suppose carbon tax for greenhouse gas tax. Those kind of tax revenues, new tax revenues, may be needed in all Asian countries. So how to finance those government spending? That is first question. And second one is you are talking about the household and consumer side. That is very important. Now has to be reduced. On carbon, charges to households. They spend so much energy to house. Then they have to pay higher.
The sound is not clear. Yes,
If I make my comments from here, I
It's
think
clear.
the microphone does not work well.
it's clear. Thank you.
So I would like to repeat my question to Yungo Chan from Singapore.
Yes.
First one is various policies will be needed in Asia. And then financing is very important. And I proposed carbon tax or greenhouse gas tax. So I think some kind of revenue sources will be needed. That is first one. Second one is you pointed out consumer side is very important, especially demand for energy has to be clearly went down. And in order to do so, the same thing, the household, if they are charged higher tax on carbon exposures, then there's an incentive for them to reduce their electric energy uses. Last one is my personal question about carbon pricing. As far as carbon tax is concerned, all the country has to have same tax rate. Otherwise, that will distort the location of industries. And as far as carbon pricing is concerned, each country has different carbon pricing. Even in some city, in Tokyo and Saitama, we have different carbon pricing. I think that will not be good because carbon should be evaluated same value for all over the world. So that is my question to Yung-Chong Chan. And second one is Jung Soo. You are talking about very interesting geopolitical matters. I wonder, this is just a temporary phenomena. After the war is over, renewable energy may be created much more. Then in the medium run and long run, the energy dependency, oil and gas, may decline. So I wonder whether this Ukraine war is a temporary phenomena, 2-3 years or 5 years, but in the long run, it may not be a problem. So I'd like to know those futures. Last one is Dr. Kudo's presentation. I think it's very interesting. Since I'm an economist, so in order to achieve those zero carbon neutrality for Japan, how much budget will be needed? Would it be possible to raise money from private sector? So I'd like to know the budget cost and how to finance those budgets. And second question is whether the Japan has a huge technological progress in those sectors, and would it be possible to become an export industry if it can be developed? Then that will contribute the huge revenue sources for the Japan as a whole. So I think I'd like to ask about the Japanese technological advantage in those improvements of reduction of CO2. All of the presentations are very interesting, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yoshino, for the questions and comments. Professor Yongku Chang, do you want to give response?
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Yoshino, for very insightful questions. Okay, carbon tax revenue related question. Actually, either carbon tax or carbon trading revenue rates are earmarked to either return to the household or low-income community. Also, it is channeled to fund developing new technology. Yeah, so that is one. And consumer side demand management. In Singapore case, carbon tax is about $5 per ton of carbon dioxide equivalent, but impact is very negligible. So the Singapore government intend to increase carbon tax to 50 to 80. With that, household will see the impact of carbon tax on using fossil fuels. That will change consumer behavior. So carbon pricing must be used to change consumer behavior as well as producers' behavior as well. The third question, carbon pricing. Well, there is some discussion whether there should be a carbon price floor or the taxation rate must be the same. But in economics, the pricing must reflect the market situation. So rather than let market equalize the rate or price. For Japan, I understand Tokyo and Saitama has trading. I'm not sure whether the two markets are linked. As long as the carbon trading markets are linked, market can adjust not only quantity but price. At this moment, carbon markets are segregated. EU separate, RGGI in the US separate, China is a standalone, Korea is a standalone. Whether we can construct a global, like a global carbon market, like a WTO, and with that, I think I personally find such a global carbon trading market work better to guarantee quantity, also the make a price right. So I hope I answered all your questions. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much, Professor Yongko Chang, for responding to the question. Professor Xue, if you would like to give answer to the question that raised by Professor Yoshino.
I would like very much, and this is a very, very important question raised by Professor Yoshino. Thank you much. Actually, I'm writing a paper and also one published already to see what happens after the war. So my scenario or prediction is not short term, it's medium term. But you can see that the carbon neutrality target for advanced countries is 2050, for China is 2060, for India is 2070. So we have a long time to do the transition of energy transition. So the renewable energy is very important for future, but still it's have very, very small share, especially in Japan. Now China is doing very fast than other countries. But this war may enhance that European country may have a rapid energy transition, because it is something they force them to do. You have no choice, because you have no gas, no oil from Russia. So I have many German friends who working at German energy agency. They told me from a conversation to say that they are planning to put the schedule of energy transition and before 2030. So that is a very important thing. But to get renewable energy to be the main energy, it is still takes time. I working on China case and discuss with Chinese officers and experts to say that the coal fired generation of power is still important. Because you can see that after the war, many countries reopened the coal-fired power plant, including Japan, and even in Germany. And Germany, the Merkel administration announced to ban the nuclear power generation, but now they want to reopen it. So every country is now facing serious problem, energy crisis, energy shortage, including Japan. So I think that in long term, the renewable energy will be main energy and replace the traditional fuel energy. That is no problem. But in short term and mid term, definitely the traditional energy will still play very important role in this. So transition is important, but it's need time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Xue, for responding. And Dr. Kudo, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, the mic of the PC is working. Yeah. We can hear you. Yeah, it's clear. We can hear.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for your question. And actually, our model is not like a CG model. It's a kind of a technology model. And how we calculate is that to minimize the energy cost, only the energy cost. Yes. And so, the cost calculated by our model is it's quite different from the cost you will imagine from the real world. So I don't have the exact number, but yes, at least we will have the cost calculation. But usually for the energy from energy systems researcher from energy system analysis, we don't have enough interest for this calculated cost itself. So yes, my answer is that we calculate something, but I don't think it is a good idea to discuss something about based upon this calculated cost, calculated cost. And the second question will be about the technology, especially for the hydrogen technology. I think the Japanese private companies has advantages in the world, especially because in Japan we have a really small amount of available resources, so that in case of using the hydrogen in mass scale, we have to import from the other country, which means that to establish the intercontinental hydrogen supply chain, the hydrogen it is better to have the hydrogen in the liquid phase, which means that, for example, the liquid hydrogen or the something like ammonia or the so-called LOHC, low carbon hydrogen carriers. This technology is led by the Japanese companies, so that in terms of the hydrogen technology, we have a very big advantage. And also for the photovoltaics. Yes, Japan leads this kind of new generation photovoltaic cells, but still it is in the very basic phase. As you know, like what happened for the PVs and the batteries, we invented these kind of things, but the current share, global share had become very small. So we are, especially our ministry is really worrying about the same thing would not happen for these innovative technologies, which currently the Japanese academia or the industry have the advantage in the basic research itself. This is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kudo, for your response. If there is any other questions from other participants at the campus or yeah. Okay, so if there is no question, thank you very much, Professor. Is there any? Yes, please.
My question to the Japanese case. Actually, two questions. One is that actually I'm doing hydrogen supply chain studies with Xinpeng and also Sweden scholars. And Japan has very advanced technology about hydrogen power. But it seems to me that the skill and business model is not so perfect, because now the largest hydrogen power market is in China, and second one is Germany. Even the technology is not so advanced than Japan. So what do you think that Japan can use its advances of technology to promote hydrogen power generation and use? And second one is Japan has a 2050 carbon neutrality target, but the energy issues is very serious, especially renewable energy, just as Professor Yoshida mentioned. It's a very small share. So also we know that there are many difficulties in Japan, but how Japan will promote renewable energy development? Question.
Thank you very much, Professor Shue. Yes.
Thanks for the question. And for the first case, I'm not sure what do you mean by the hydrogen power generation, because currently the you mean the fuel cell? Fuel cell and the hydrogen power generation is different. No, that is only for what I mean by the hydrogen power generation is to combust hydrogen in the boiler. Yes, so it's not different. It's not different from. It's different from the fuel cell. Yes. I'm not sure whether this is in general, because actually I would like to add one thing about the hydrogen technology. I think the Japan is the world leading country to have the hydrogen power turbines development. So this is not the fuel cell. Yes, so it's quite different. It's a thermochemical reaction, but not the electrochemical. Yes, it's different. And for the second one, yes, we have a very small amount of renewable resources that can be used currently. So that's why we are challenging. I should say like this. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kudo. So, yeah, so if there is no more question, then we ran out of time almost. So also I would like to thank Professor Homma for chairing this session and the speakers. So let's finish this session, and we will have about 1 hour break for lunch. So let's come back 1:20 Japan time, and for the second session. I hope you enjoy your lunch and see you soon in 1 hour. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for all.
Welcome back to the afternoon session. So session 2, I invite Professor Yoshifusa for chairing this session that we will have 4 presentations. Professor Yoshifusa, please. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's clear now.
Okay. Thank you for introducing me. My name is Yoshiaki Ushiusa from the University of Kitakyushu. So session 2 from now start. So presentation, first presenter, Professor Yamamoto from Tokai University. presentation title is Waste to Energy, an Enemy of Carbon Neutrality. So at first, so each presentation time is 20 minutes and 20 minutes for discussion and Q&A. Okay, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, it is clear.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Masashi Yamamoto from Tokai University. I'm an economist. My major is economics of environment, especially in the field of circular economy. So probably I'm the only non-energy person in this room. I would like to today talk about a very tiny issue in energy, which is waste to energy issue. Maybe it's a little bit boring for all of you, but please bear with me next 30 minutes. My own introduction. Oh, before that, I must, introduce this for acknowledgement of research funding. Thank you very much. And myself is, as I said, I'm an environmental economist. Before joining Tokai University, I was working at the University of Toyama for 13 years. Just last year, I joined the faculty of Tokai University. And I'm always mentioning this. I'm a big fan of US college basketball. So if you are interested in, I can discuss anytime. So please talk to me if you like it. Okay. And these my recent publications. This is just the information so that you can understand what I'm doing right now. Most of the my work, as I said, in the waste and recycling issue. And I personally like the first one. Also, it's in Japanese, but if you have a chance to look at it, please check my first Japanese paper in this list. It's coming soon. Okay. Right. And also, if you are interested in me, you can check my website. Right. Let's talk about today's topic, which is all about the waste to energy. My talk today, my aim today is to share my little thoughts about the waste to energy. There's not so much of originality in this, presentation, but I just want to understand what, energy people thinks about waste to energy issue. I'm talking from the waste people's way of looking, so I would like to ask you how you think about waste to energy. First, I would like to check the definition of waste to energy. As you can see, waste to energy is the something that you burn the waste. Typically, municipal solid waste, the waste coming from your home, and that heat can produce hot steam so that you can generate electricity. That's the way to get the energy from the waste. And in many cases, household waste is a mixture of highly energy-rich materials such as paper, plastics, and other things. So that's convenient. And also, the original aim of burning waste is to reduce the volume of waste. By incinerating the waste, you can reduce the volume of waste by 90%. That's a good thing, especially for the country like Japan with the very limited area. I think I got chat. No. Oh. If I break down the process of generating electricity more precisely, the first step is waste is dumped from garbage truck into a large pit. It's a big hole. Then huge claw on crane grabs waste and dump it in a combustion chamber. It's a main place of incinerator. Then waste become fuel, and which is burned and releasing heat. Then heat turns water into steam in boiler. Then high pressure steam turns the blade of turbine, just like a usual generator, to produce electricity. Then an air pollution control removes pollutants from the combustion gas before it is released. And finally, ash is collected from the boiler and the air pollution control system as well. That's the usual process of generating electricity in waste-to-energy plants. Okay? And it looks like this. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but here, waste is coming by the truck, and you put it in here, then huge claw take it into the combustion process. Then here heat is created, the hot steam is coming into this turbine, then generate electricity. These are for the environmental safety. That's a typical incinerator system. Okay. With that in mind, I would like to turn my topic to the carbon neutral goal in Japan. I'm sorry I missed the morning session. So if someone have already talked this, maybe it's the same thing, but let me go through. This is the chart for Japan's 2050 carbon neutral goal. Here we are like this. We have this much of CO2 from non-electricity sector, and also this much of CO2 from electricity sector. And by 2030, I think Japanese government tried to achieve this level of reduction. Then by 2050, Japan tried to attain the carbon neutrality with some help from the technology like a CCUS, which means still there is CO2 emission, but the try to get the negative emission by CCUS. That's the big picture of Japanese carbon neutral goal. And I'm going to skip this, but there is another plan for decarbonization for the local governments. It's quite similar, so I'm going to skip this, but now Japanese government, as far as I know, giving a huge subsidy to the local government so that we can achieve the 2050 goals for carbon neutrality. Okay, that was a quick check of the Japan's carbon neutral goal. So my question is some kind of intersection between circular economy and carbon neutrality. And I think this is problem only in the energy transition scheme. Before actually getting into the problem, I would like to compare the situation of household waste in Japan to the other countries in the world. This is household waste per capita from 1990 to 2015. Japan is, I think, this. So per capita, we are doing good. I don't know why Korea reduced this much of waste in only 5 years. One of my South Korean colleagues said this is going to be the mistake of the statistics, but I don't know the reason. And US is not good, doing well, as probably you already know. And even other European country emitting maybe 50% more of per capita waste compared to Japan. Okay, but when you look at the incineration, Japan is the only one here with almost 80% of the waste is incinerated in Japan. When you consider energy recovery, still Japan is the far away from other countries here, like the UK, US, Germany. Every other country incinerate less than 40% of their municipal solid waste. Okay, so this is the reason I am considering the waste to energy in this presentation. Japan is the #1 incinerating country in the world. So as a result, recycling rate of Japanese municipal solid waste is very low. Here, the this thick line is the recycling rate of Japanese municipal solid waste, 20%. And the end of 1990s, Japanese government have introduced many of recycling law and other regulations. Then we achieved a little bit of higher recycling rate, but for the last several years, the recycling rate seems unchanged. And this rate is not so high compared to other countries. For example, like Korea or Germany, they are over 50%. And even for the US and other European countries, Japan's recycling rate is quite low. That's also the problem. Maybe I should show these slides one slide before, but I don't know if you can see, but these black dot in this map is all incinerators. Even in Kanto area, you are around here now, Tokyo. This is a little bit bigger area than Greater Tokyo. I think 40 million people living in this area. And there are so many incinerators in this highly populated area. Not in our suburb, but these are highly populated area, but still we have so much of incinerators in this Kanto area. And I think Japan has, once I heard Japan has the almost half of the world incinerators. Please now remember that Japan has so many of incinerators. Okay, right? And this slides works as the summary of what I have said. Each bar plot says how much of your waste is for the green one open dumped, the blue one for landfill, this light green for composting, and this one is for recycling, and this orange one for the incineration. As I said, if you check Japanese one, 80.2% is incinerated, which is very different from other country. And 13% is for others. I think this includes some of the recycling. And only 5% or less than 5% are landfill. Maybe you can understand this because Japan is so small, we don't have a place to landfill. That's the reason that we are developing such a huge amount of incineration in Japan. If you look at Europe and Central Asia here, only 20% of waste is incinerated. But still you can see huge amount of landfill, including open dumping. Okay, so this is a big picture of the waste disposal method in Japan and other countries. So for the Japan, with the 80% of incineration rate, still, if you look at all the CO2 emission from Japan, it's only about 4% of total greenhouse gas emission in Japan. And it is decreasing. This is the CO2 emission from waste management sector in 1990. You can see it is decreasing. And in this graph, this part and this part is related to incineration, I think. Even for Japan, with the 80% of incineration, only that GHG emission from waste management sector accounts for only 4%. Not so much of the CO2 emission. So for the other country, like only less than 20% of incineration, this number must be much, much lower. So it's almost negligible. So waste to energy is important, especially in Japan, because we have such a huge percentage of incineration in the waste management sector. Okay, so I'm losing my time. Typical cons of waste to energy. So here I listed the cons of waste to energy. The first one is it emits CO2. Of course, if other electricity generating process becomes the done by renewable energy, I have to say waste to energy lose their competitiveness because it, by design, emits CO2. And second one and third one is much more problematic. The second one is potential to destroy recoverable materials, which means because incineration is easy to do, in some area, even in Japan, recyclable are burned in the process of waste to energy. That's going to be a problem. And also, waste to energy is said that it is disincentivizing the recycling. I mean, here, material recycling. because once you build a fancy, huge waste to energy plant, it's cost effective than some of the material recycling. Okay, these are typical cons of waste to energy. I think I finished my time, so I have to skip these parts. And finally, my comments on the optimal level of waste to energy. I think it's obvious that Japan is using incineration too much now, but the most of Western country landfill too much, and both of them are kind of enemies for carbon neutrality. So we should change. We all should change our waste disposal methods. And also, recycling needs CO2 emission, especially in the case where materials are degraded a lot. The level of energy you need to recycle is huge. So the optimal level of incineration should not be 0. But now in Europe, the very famous NGO called Ellen MacArthur Foundation is trying to introduce the new idea of designing out the waste. That's a beautiful concept, I would say. But from the CO2 emission point of view, I think it is unlikely to happen. So for now, I believe waste to energy remains to be an important tool to minimize social cost. So even after 2050, I think there is a place for waste to energy. That's my point of view, and I would like to hear what you energy people thinks about this. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yamamoto Sensei. This presentation is interesting. So, do you have any question? This floor and online audience, if you have any question, okay.
Yamamoto Sensei, I just ask one question. When you do the smaller kind of cost benefit analysis, right? You come out of the optima. But have you considered that the landfill will emit actually CH4? That will be created significant global warming.
Yes, yes. Yes, I'm not an expert of LCA, but I understand landfill emits methane, which is a stronger global house gas than much more stronger global house gas than CO2. And most of the European country and the US landfill their waste. And sometimes, not all every case, but sometimes they emit methane. And they are, now I am attending the some of the international negotiation for the new standardization program by ISO to make a new standard for circular economy. And I often discussed the topic with European delegates, and they accuse of incinerating too much in Japan. But I would like to say landfill also emits methane, but I have never, compared properly which one emits more. But from the CO2 emission point of view, both is not so good. So we should, think of the optimal level, then what I want to say was there must be a place for waste to energy after 2050. That's my comment. Okay. Hi.
Thank you very much for good presentation. I think there are two objectives. One is reducing CO2 and also the conservation of other natural resources.
Yes.
The recycling will be important.
Yes.
And how do you weight those two, 50-50 or 70-30 and so on? So depending on the objectives, the conclusion will be different.
Yeah.
So what is your objective function?
It's very difficult. Thank you very much for a very important question. And that's very difficult to answer. So that's why I wrote here only social cost. If you can monetize the external cost of CO2 emission and material usage, maybe you can integrate both objective into the money term. So if we can add these two, then our objective becomes simple to minimize the social cost. But I don't know if we can properly monetize the external cost of CO2 and the material usage of our generation.
On the cost of CO2, there are a lot of studies called the social cost of carbon. But I just explained to you, the range are quite different from $60 probably to $100. But at least you have a sensitivity analysis.
Yeah, I understand. I think 2 months ago, the team in the US from Resource for the Future, they published in Nature saying that the social cost of carbon should be 185 or something. Yes, includes a lot. And I also understand there's a huge range. And I would say the in terms of the monetizing a material issue, there must be more and more of the range. So it's going to be a difficult task to monetize. I think. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you have any question? So how about online audience? If you have any question, please use chat. Okay. If you no question, you have question. This presentation is closed. Thank you so much, Yamato-sensei. So next present is Gazi Saraurin from Kingpon University from
Linköping University, Sweden.
Sorry.
Is okay.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay,
Can I share my screen?
Okay.
Is it okay?
Ready.
Let's go. Did you share saw my screen?
Yes.
Let's make it full. Now you saw the full screen. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Please start.
So, okay. So thank you very much for the organizing such an very time relevant event, Tokyo Energy Transition Forum, the 5th ISETS Energy Transition Forum. And thank you very much, Professor Farhad, to inviting me to give a talk. I was actually away from Linköping, just arrived from Bali to Doha in the transit. So hopefully transit hotel. So hopefully I will make my presentation clearly. But if you have any clarification, or if you have any confusion, just let me know during my presentation. And thank you very much to give me the earlier session
to present my paper. Okay, so the paper that I'm planning to present today, the impact of the clean energy transitions on the growth, environment, and welfare effect in Bangladesh. The project is in collaboration with Asian Development Bank researcher, and also a researcher in Professor Deong Hong Park, and from Linköping University, Professor Ali Ahmed, and Chaudhry Abdullah Baki and Shutian from ADB. So in the topic, that the structure of the presentations, followed by the motivations, objective literature review, contribution, the micro data and micro data sources, construction and modeling part, and finally result and discussion with some conclusion and policy implication. So why we are interested about this study? Basically, if we look at the global sources of the energy mix, where the 80% or more than 80% energy are mostly utilized from the fossil fuel. And burning fossil fuel energy is also accountable for 75% of global greenhouse gas emission. And that's actually received the high level of attention, and also give the challenges to implement the global climate change agreement. So even if the renewable energy and other low carbon sources are used to producing an increasing amount of energy each year, only 17% primary energy came from both nuclear and renewable energy sources. So if you look at this figure 1, which give the understanding the percentage of the contribution of the fossil fuel in the global level, and also the contribution of the renewable and the nuclear sources. And on the other hand, when you're looking at the percentage of the fossil fuel consumption is declining, but its absolute use is rising. And as a result, the greenhouse gas emission into the atmosphere might increase, which will hamper the global environmental initiatives. On the other hand, if you look at the scenario in case of Bangladesh, is also the share of renewable is extremely low in compared to other fossil fuel. The issue for Bangladesh is much more important because Bangladesh is one of the most climate affected country. So the energy transitions toward the renewable should need to be take more importance and priority in compared to many other preferences. So this is the point that I will try to highlight it. If you look at this one, the fossil fuel sources are still rising, but on the other hand, it's the alternative energy sources like the renewable energy sources is mostly steady over the long period of time. But if you look at the investment side of the global renewable energy pattern, if it's mostly investment is mostly related to the solar and offshore wind, which is the most dominated one in compared to the many other renewable sources. If you look at the global renewable energy transition target by 2050, and you can clearly observe it that if you can thinking about 2-degree Paris climate target and 1.5-degree scenario, and all compared to 2018 and planned scenario, you can already observe it. There is a high level of heterogeneity among the sources of the renewable. So scenario in 2018, if you look at this one for the solar PV, it's look only for 2%, and whereas the others is looking for the planned and target is, you can observe it that we needed is far differences what we have right now at the moment. So there is a high level of disparity according to our 2-degree of the Paris climate agreement or 1.5-degree scenario or the planned energy scenario. So that's give the interesting attention that we need to be much more initiative in order to implement the global renewable energy transition target by 2050. So in terms of the conventional or the classical economic theory, mostly explaining the welfare gain from the renewable energy transition for many different perspectives. According to the World Energy Transition Outlook, It explained by that if we achieve 1.5 degree target by 2050, the global GDP will increase by 2.4% over the next decade and by 1.2% over the 2050 compared to the existing energy transition plan. And second important thing, this transformation of the energy sector and the renewable energy sources will produce 122 million and 43 millions of employment. And these jobs will be concentrated on the manufacturing, construction, installation, operations, maintenance, value chain, and etc. And besides this all, this individual can also enjoy 30% less emission, 23% improved health outcome, and universal clean energy access. And in addition with that, we already know due to the dirty energy sources, that is also has a negative impact on the health related issues. So, so this is somehow the global picture, but in the context of the income of developing countries, is basically is one of the main problem of developing countries is still that the whole entire world in the developing countries are not fully electrified. So this is the one of the important things that developing country, in order to proceed their economic development process, the energy is one of the most important or vital input in their production process. And it is one of the main important component also the infrastructure financing under the infrastructure financing towards the energy investment. So in this cases, the solar home system with that we are discussing in here are recognized one of the technological revolution and a practical solution for electrifying the isolated rural houses in developing countries for reducing the greenhouse gas emission. So in sometimes developing countries are like in the case of Bangladesh and many other developing countries, some of the rural area is actually lack of infrastructure, city related infrastructure are absent. So as a result, the solar home system could be one interesting or innovative innovation that provide the more electrified solution to the developing countries in one hand, and another hand, it could also reducing the greenhouse gas emission. So in this context, in Bangladesh, government implemented the solar adaptation policy in 2015, and that adaptation exploded in 2015 in Bangladesh, setting procedure electrifying previously unconnected areas in the worldwide. So between 2003 and 2018, more than 4.1 million solar household were sold and electrifying 14% of the Bangladesh population. So the study is also built some sort of policy connectedness, the policy perspective, and the policy perspective is that in 2003, the government of Bangladesh launched the National Solar Home System program with funding from the World Bank and other donor agency. And the government of Bangladesh adopted a renewable energy policy in 2008 with a renewable energy target 5% and 10% of total power demand by 2015 and 20 respectively. However, in terms of the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG goal, the indicator 7.2.1, Bangladesh has revised the target, rising the renewable energy proportion to the total final energy consumption to 10% by 2030. And recently, government launched the draft of National Solar Energy Roadmap for 2021 to 2041, showing the long-term plan for investment of solar-based electrification. So that means that the government also takes some initiatives and the policy for the solar investment and solar-related household, and also some sort of solar park and other related activities. So in terms of this discussion, when we discuss these issues, so we also try to look about, because these issues is not only important for Bangladesh, it is also related to the issue to implement the Paris Climate Agreement. So here is some snapshot of Bangladesh, the solar system installation by the ITCOL, which is the organizations, and also the energy and electricity from the renewable energy sources in Bangladesh. So you can clearly observe the renewable energy sources consumption is decreased because the more area in our national level is electrified to the national grid system. So the solar energy consumption is decreasing over the period of time. So in this study, based on our study, we actually working on the household level data, and we try to looking for the impact of solar household adaptation and how its impact on the rural peoples in Bangladesh. So we are looking for different outcome: the economic outcome, employment outcome, environmental outcome, educational outcome, and health outcome. So, but before to go for the analysis, as this is our first very preliminary draft, so your comment would be very helpful for the improvement of this paper. So this is just a first presentation of this paper. So economic outcome based on our national household level data that we define for higher income, food, non-food expenditure, and asset value. Employment outcome we consider to the higher employment in non-farm sector, transition from farm to non-farm sector. Environmental outcome that we measure for the reduction in the dirty fuel waste, such as kerosene. Educational outcome like higher enrollment, like more years in the educations. The better academic outcome, increase the expenditure on the education. Health outcome, we are looking for better child nutrition, underweight versus stunting. So in this study, we're looking for the, this is the main contribution of this study. That previous study mostly based on the cross-sectional analysis, but we showed the result from the three different waves of both cross-section and the pooled analysis. Second thing is we display the new estimates for previously presented indicators such as economic, environmental, and educational outcomes. And finally, we added the gender disaggregated self-employment outcome, and also in addition with that nutrition outcome under the 5 years old children. So in terms of the previous literatures already discussed that each of these different sector has a potential outcome. Like economic outcomes, solar energy influenced the economic productivity in Kenya, and also it opened the new business activities in India. In case of Bangladesh, solar system adaptation increased spending by approximately 4%, whereas raised by income 12% based on the Tokai study in 2014. So if you spend in 4%, it will also generate your income 12%. Environmental outcome, solar home lighting system has significantly reduced the kerosene consumptions in Indian home. Also 2003 and 2013, the World Bank solar project in Bangladesh decreased roughly 9.6 million tons of greenhouse gas emission, avoided the consumption of 4.4 billion liters of kerosene. Then the educational outcome, the solar home lighting system significantly improved the school-age children educational performance in India. Also, it increased boost to the night time of the study time to the children, as well as children schooling and numbers of enrollment of the schooling system. Health outcome also, we find some study that solar home system in rural Ghana reduced nearly half of the indoor smoke and 1/3 of the black and nostril caused by the kerosene lamps shoot among the household member. So reducing the kerosene uses lower the morbidity mortality of the women and children from the respiratory disorder. In the women's lives, it also have a study that indoor place are living and working conditions are more extended, productivity is increasing, and also performing for handicrafts related stuffs in the night. And other related like recreations related factors like radio, cell phone charging, and etc. So here is our conceptualized model that we are trying to thinking about the better lighting through the solar adaptation has impact on more work in the farm or paid employment in terms of the male, and also involved in non-farm activities, higher profit margin, and higher income asset, and the higher expenses. And also in terms of the female, get involved business or paid work. Other things like, and also it reduces the the dirty consumptions, which is also impact on the better nutrition. So, and the better study outcomes. So the blue mark area, these are the factors that we can extract it for our national survey, and to explaining the impact of the solar adaptation on the welfare dynamics in Bangladesh. So this Bangladesh integrated household survey data, this is the survey by national representative, which is funded by the USAID funded panel survey, cover only the rural area of all division. Bangladesh has a 64 district. Within the 64 district, we looking for all the upajelas, and under the upajelas, we are looking for village, and within the village, we are looking for 20 household, and same 20 household over the 3 interval they are being surveyed in 2011 and 12, 2015, and 2018 and 19. So 2012 we have a 325 primary sample unit, and which is equivalent to 6,500 household, and 2018 and 19 we have a 275 primary sampling units, which is equivalent to around 5,604 household. So our total numbers of household captures in this study, which is equivalent to 6,712 household based on the 2011 and 12 national survey, 2015 and 2018 and 19. So here is the pictures of Bangladesh geographical map. So you get an idea that all the district, under the districts, we're looking for the upajela. Under the upajela, we are looking for the village. Within the village, we consider to the 20 household. So how should we determine this adaptation? So we determine that if solar adaptation 1 is yes and 0, so we are using the pool linear probability model and also pool probit model to capture the marginal effect. Welfare impact is a continuous outcome, as we could not find the proper instruments variable measuring the welfare effect of solar adaptation by household. We employed the Wallace procedure and propensity cross matching. And also we are using the 3-wave of Bangladesh integrated study. We apply both the cross-sectional analysis for every year and also pooled regression analysis. So we have a several specification. The first model for the solar is a function of the demographic factor, economic factor, and community, and also the set of control variable. And this is for the welfare effect. We're looking for the solar, demographic, economic, and other factors. So this is also we are looking for the economic factors, means we are looking for log of total income, log of total expenditure, food expenditure, non-food expenditure, household asset value, agricultural asset value, and animal value. So similar way, we go to the employment. Employment we consider to the variable for employment in sharecropping, employment in poultry farming, employment in trading in business, both males and female. Kerosene outcome, we are looking for kerosene expenditure, agri fuel, and gas and LPG expenditure. Educational outcome, we consider to our study years of education, total years of education for boys and girls, secondary school enrollment for boys and girls, and education expenses per student. Nutrition, we are looking for the definition of the standard definitions, what these are the standard definitions. So I just quickly to go for this one for the final result in order to save our time. So if you look at this one, both the PSM propensity score matching and the WLS shows that solar adaptation has a positive relationship with income, expenditure, and asset value. So if you look at this one in terms of 2011 and 12, 2015, 2018 and 19, and then for the pooled one, you can look about 11 and 12 and 15, it give a clear signal the solar adaptation has also positive impact on the income, expenditure, and the asset formation. The second important thing is when you're looking at the employment level, the solar adaptation reduced the sharecropping among the male and female, which is also very good positives in a sharecropping means that I'm not sure whether you're familiar with this terminology. Sharecropping means in our in developing countries that landlord has a lots of land and the agricultural farmer are mostly working their land, and based on their production of the output, or is different countries has different legislation, so they are sharing the output. So that actually didn't give them much of their income or earning of the sharecropping. So and these are the process landlord are exploiting to the agricultural farmer, and the farmer also has probably bounded by the high level of collateral of the interest rate and other related issues. But in this process, that one of the positive signal is that the solar adaptation reducing the sharecropping not only for the male as well as for the female. Second finding is solar electrification increased the involvement of the business activities among the male and poultry farming, among the female cases. So which means that this solar production electrification also helps to the women is become more empowered through their like self-employed type of business activities in the society, in particularly in rural area. And solar replace also, based on this, if you see that the sign of the negative also give the reflection that the solar also replaces the dirty fuel, which is such as like kerosene, agricultural fuels, and increase the use of gas and LPG. So, and these are the dirty fuel. Kerosene is a high emission producer in the atmosphere, so which is also very important as a climate affected country in Bangladesh. In terms of the educational outcome, both approach, both like propensity score matching and the OLS also shows that solar helps the increase the total numbers of education expenses for the boys. But only the OLS shows that the girls also get a higher education, higher years of education and educational expenses due to the solar adaptation. But in terms of the health issue, we didn't find any strong result of the improvement in child nutrition due to the solar adaptation. However, the OLS estimation shows that the negative association between all the stunning indicators. So in conclusion, so this study actually provide the strong evidence of the solar adaptation on economic growth and environmental outcome and moderate occupational and educational and little attention on the nutritional outcome among the solar household level. And also the most important part is that the solar adaptation also reducing the kerosene expenditure shows the solar play essential role in unelectrified area. In addition with that, solar also helps to the rural male to engage in non-farm activities such as trading in business, and females are also involved in the poultry related business. So this gives the also attention that the solar adaptation could be an interesting case for the natural experiment for to develop the entrepreneurial activities under the rural area where there is a high level of difficulty to develop the infrastructure or infrastructure related to the electricity and other related issues. In that case, probably there is another some business activities. Probably many of you are thinking what type of business activity, like mobile phone, Grameen phone, this sort of business activity. Bangladesh is already been unique in this context. Then also this income generating activity create the opportunity for more expenses in food and non-food expenditure and asset formation. Despite the Bangladesh government massive electrification projects to electrify every household, the solar household system remains relevant hard to reach area where the electrification is not viable alternative. As a part of the labor force in Bangladesh employed in the agricultural sector, there might be enough potential for the future solar irrigation pump and other solar based agro technology, because due to the global oil market price increases, it is in the countries such as like in Bangladesh and other developing country where they are fully dependent on the input payments of the oil prices, and this sort of countries agricultural sector is significantly affected due to the global while price shock. So in that context, this solar irrigation pump and solar-based agri-based technology could be a potential aid for the development of the agriculture sector, also maintaining the sustainable agricultural development. So that's all about my presentation. I would like to happy to receive of your comment, and if any clarification, any things you needed, I'm happy to respond the queries. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about our very preliminary versions of our paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gazi. So very impressive presentation. So do you have any question? Please, Professor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you
Yes,
very much for your presentation. I have 3 comments. First one
please.
is solar energy, solar power is very important. However, in case of Japan, maintenance costs are so huge. So setting up also how to finance those maintenance costs may be important in Bangladesh. Secondly, Bangladesh is a developing country. Do you see any difference between advanced nations and developing nations in these entire environmental issues? Third one is evaluation of welfare gains. And to evaluate in money term, sometimes it is difficult, especially in welfare. How do you measure those welfare? Thank you very much.
Should I respond now?
Yeah, you.
Okay.
You
So
have
in
time.
terms of the first question, I think it's a very interesting 3 point you raise. It's a very strong relevant in the present context. The first point is we need to develop some sort of if you think the feasibility of the solar installation is very costly, I fully agree with, and still it is costly not only for developing country, but it is also costly for developed countries as well. But one of the interesting thing that I particularly missing in terms of the system, that we need to develop some sort of new financial product or financial instruments, this sort of renewable energy system, like this sort of alternative financial product or some sort of mechanism that could be as a potential aid for the implementation of the solar system or implementation of the accessibility of this cost related matter. So I think one of the possibility could be we need to think about to develop some sort of new financial instruments. So that's one of the possibility, because otherwise the point you mentioned, it is costly and it is not affordable if it is not highly subsidized to the rural area. The second point is the I think you highlighted between developed and advanced countries. I think these are the part I don't have any specific answer at the moment because I don't have the clear pictures in my mind. So I don't know your second point. But the third point is related to the welfare. So the welfare that we look about it is basically the component are mostly widely used as a component such as like your income, your education, your health, and which is mostly followed by the human development index, that the index is based on some of the core fundamental component. So, and we actually looking for that core fundamental component as a proxy for the measure to the welfare, such as like education, your health, your environmental related issues, and your income. So that's, and also the, in addition with this factor, we also added the employment related activities. So that's my current response, but I'm sorry that I didn't have the proper comment on the point number 2.
Okay, thank you so much. So do you have any question? Okay.
Hey, Gazi, probably I will show on camera, so you know why I'm asking. Good to see you again virtually. And
okay, nice to see you. Yeah.
yeah. I think first question is about your modeling. You're talking about adoption of solar. I'm not sure whether you including the cost of solar PV panel, because that probably one of the important factor determining household to adopt a solar at home or lot. and you could actually use some cost data rather than dummy variables to help you. Another is that you mentioned the health, because recently we published a paper in energy policy use survey data. I think that's a link to your carousel variable, because you currently mentioned you replace carousel. I'm not sure on which scenario is that your electricity will be used for cooking and replace carousel for cooking. Then you might have a health impact. But if it's for lighting, probably very difficult because they don't have a battery or some reasons. I think you have to investigate how the carousel was replaced, and then probably use carousel and use the food energy ledger series things to bridge into the health impact. That's just for your consideration. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for a nice comment. I always happy to receive your very excellent advice, and I will definitely incorporate it all of your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you so much. So please, the next presentation. The next presentation is Dr. Daniel Del Barrio Alvarez from University of Tokyo. So presentation, please see that. The title is Power Connectivity is in the Energy Transition, a Sustainable Reconfiguration Path.
This is in the presentation mode. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon also on Zoom. It's a pleasure to present this or to share these slides with you today. I'm going to talk about power connectivity and how that relates to the energy transition and this kind of world of sustainable reconfiguration pathway. Well, this picture is actually in Kitakyushu, so I took the other day. It's not about connectivity itself, and this, I think probably most of you are already quite familiar with this, but I usually ask who thinks that power connectivity is possible, or we could have a global grid for electricity, or this kind of very big ideas. And usually we say, oh, it's impossible. There is no way. But we have one example of this kind of global grid, and I think maybe you can recognize this or have already read. This is the basically internet, or what makes internet possible, the submarine cable around the world. Of course, this is not perfect. This is also not related to electricity. It's not exactly electricity, but this is just a way to break the ice. And the concept of power connectivity is not something new, or it's not necessarily new. There are some parts that are new, and it follows. Okay, okay. It follows okay. Should be just maybe switch. Yes, a moment. Maybe it was here or this one. This. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Then, when we talk about power connectivity, it's not necessarily a new technology. There are some aspects that are new, but we are thinking on the basic concept, or the same concept as the national electricity grid. We have economies of scale, and we continue interconnecting demand and generation areas until we have a geographical border that cannot be passed. That could be a ocean or a huge desert. But well, it's here, it's in the early 200 by factor. In the early 2000s, there started to be several studies on power connectivity, regional power connectivity, they will call it. So we have this, the E7, that is an association of large energy companies, including actually 2 from Japan, but also Italy, Germany, France, US, and Canada. And they created this working group on regional electricity cooperation and integration. And at that time, they started to identify why to do power connectivity, what could be the barriers, what could be the requirements in terms of technical capability, technical specifications of grid codes, and so on. But it was not only from private companies, also the United Nations, they wrote this, or they did this study on multidimensional issues on international electricity power interconnections. They included any kind of aspects from technical to social to legal to economical elements, as well as the World Bank started to push for this building regional power pools with a toolkit. And why they started, or why we started to talk about power connectivity in practice, there have been many different rationales behind. There is one on energy security, how to support neighboring countries or neighboring systems in the case of power shortages, also to share the spinning reserves. There are also economies of scale. This is like one case. This was we started in Central America, that the countries are too small for large power plants that they could generate, and they have some efficiency in the investments and the financial elements, as well as for political cooperation. It has been called these peace dividends, or this concept of trying to create a community around energy. This is one old article that written by Daniel Kamen on peace through grids in the case of Africa. And then there have been so many ideas on how these benefits are delivered in the short term and in the short and long term. But actually, it's not always, or has not always worked. The idea, it's clear, and I think we all agree that this could be something good. There are several benefits, but it has not always worked. And one example is Central Asia, where the countries, they have this Central Asian power system at the times of the Soviet Union. And it was somehow optimized between all the countries, but at the time the Soviet Union collapsed, then we can see here from 1991 how the exchanges collapsed. And this is not because there was not the same need, but it's just the political disputes or political kind of rivalries. They disable the cooperation in the electricity, even though it's still being trying to be promoted. But in this situation, in this context, we are now entering a new context. We are starting to talk about this sustainable development. We have the Paris Climate Agreement. I will put this down. Like this. Maybe. Then we have all these new goals, or we have a new understanding. We have also the revolution of renewables, or the decreasing costs, especially. Then there start to be a new ideas on this power connectivity, or there's a kind of rebirth. Then the International Energy Agency has been several times pointing out, but as well, IRENA has been also conducting several studies. And in this case, we start to talk about, again, the optimization of resources, but a new area is the integration of larger shares of renewables. This is a new incentive. Of course, it maintains the increasing cooperation and understanding between governments, between countries that also relate to the SDG 17. But basically, so this power connectivity could be one area for countries to cooperate. And this is a bit old, actually, but I just keep, because it's so like from 3 different parts of the world, there have been calls for making power connectivity. Xi Jinping or China has been, and is still promoting the idea or concept of global energy interconnection. The European Union started to talk about having this European Energy Union, and this is something that is still continuing. And even this is from 2016, the Hillary Clinton, she was mentioning about creating the concept of or the idea of American electricity grid, all American, continental. But this is something that is not only them. There are still being more and more projects. So the European Union has this, they call it the project of common interest, that they are being updated, and that includes interconnections and are being funded by the EU budget. Australia is promoting, or in Australia, promoting the sun cable, the interconnection with Singapore. But at the same time, there are some calls for this 200% energy sufficiency in Australia, which includes also export. India is also now supporting a similar concept of the global grid with the one sun, one world, one grid. And in Asia, there has been for a long time this idea of the Asia supergrid. And this is just some of the projects. There are many. So what is this reconfiguration pathway? Then the idea or the concept of recuperation pathway, I borrow from this paper from Berman and Gills, where they talk about 3 possible pathways to achieve the socio-technical transition in the energy sector. And there is one that is basically the total decentralization, then this reconfiguration pathway that leads to supergrids, and another that is just continue with the status quo, and that will not be able to achieve a sustainable transition. And the key point here is that the concept has moved from the energy security aspect to more promote or strengthening the resilience of the system to integrate larger sets of renewables. Then this integration of large scale renewables requires a strengthening of the transmission grid. That is the supergrid. This is the supergrid that will be connecting neighboring countries. And the idea is that they will develop a more sustainable and more self-supporting electricity system. Then, of course, this is not easy, but it's something that has been come. And this also relates to the kind of these new developments with with new patterns or new progress in the development of the high voltage DC current, DC transmission lines, and the UHV lines. But even more recently, this power connectivity is now being highlighted for other topics. In the case of economical in Denmark or in the North Europe, they have this concept of energy islands, that is for offshore wind connecting different countries directly, not through the national grids. And then from security point of view, one example is kind of the fast or smooth interconnection between Ukraine with the rest of the European electricity market. So this is idea of to have a more kind of selective globalization, that you connect to the ones that you think like you or think like you. Then, so this is, if we look around the world, this is a global phenomenon. This is, if you see this map, this includes different kind of projects, but basically electricity or energy are the purple dots. And basically any region in the world we look, we will find that there is some kind of regional power connectivity initiative in Europe, in Africa, in Latin America, and of course in Asia. So in Asia, there is even overlapping energy initiatives or power connectivity initiatives. Then one concern is that even there are so many projects or initiatives being proposed, the progress tends to be quite slow. And in some cases, the project just simply does not go anywhere. Like one example could be Desertec or the Always project to interconnect Sahara with Europe. Then what are we doing from the academia, from research side? Actually, I would think that many here have been touching this topic directly or indirectly. It's quite a hot topic. And it's interesting in the sense that we can access to it from any kind of discipline, from engineering, from economics, from social science, from political, from historical studies, any kind. But there are maybe 2 weak points, maybe. One is we tend to have a very much regional focus. That means that we try to study just in one region what it happens, and then that may lead us to have some bias, or it might be difficult to generalize. So this is what I say, that maybe we could try to have some comparative studies on this kind of comparative energy regionalism. And then the other one is we may have a gap between disciplines and the actual policy implementation. So we have a bunch of techno-economic analysis of the benefits of interconnections and another bunch of socio-political analysis to identify why we should not do power interconnection or what are the barriers. But then how we can inform each other, in which process can we do that? And one way could be participatory energy planning, maybe, but that has the difficulty on how we do that at international level. So if it's something that is difficult already at local level, even more difficult at national level, then how we can do that at international? Not everybody is actually represented, so it could be quite complicated. That this is just a couple of ideas of topics. So for that part of the comparative analysis, we conduct this is a very small survey, so we didn't. It was not that many people, but we asked several experts on why countries in Asia are pursuing power connectivity, and we give them different categories and a list of what could be these kind of elements. We ask them to rate them, and this is again it's a small sample, so we didn't conduct a kind of proper econometric analysis or statistical analysis. We just sum everything and put together, and we found that there are not that big differences. It's quite similar in every region. There is an emphasis on the economic aspects. That's the first priority. But at the same, this is here, but at the same time, this economic and political factors seems to be quite well evaluated. Both they are even more important than technical initially. So that gives us also a rationale that if we approach power connectivity from the technical point of view, we may not be able to really grasp the momentum. And then surprisingly, like, well, environmental seems to be not the biggest issue. There is this contribution to higher share of renewable electricity. That is one of the most highlighted, but it's way more than any of the others. So air pollution or reducing operating reserves, they are not that important. And this is quite general. So more importantly is that if the problem is similar in different regions, that gives us 1 point in which we can compare. We should understand in the context, but we can compare. Then we are now looking to Southeast Asia. That is the area of focus for us, specifically the Greater Mekong region, that if you are not familiar with that, is basically continental Southeast Asia, including also two southern provinces in China, Yunnan and Guangxi. Then power connectivity in Asia or in ASEAN is, I think all of us know, we have the ASEAN Power Grid Project or the ASEAN Energy Outlook #7 that also includes power connectivity and the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan. So there are so many initiatives on that. Then for the GMS, okay. Then for the GMS, one of the interesting points is first that it has quite a long history. It has been since the 1990s. And actually all the cooperation in the region started with an energy project. Now we all know about economic corridors. There are no tourist initiatives. There are so many, but energy was the first one. Then it also it borders with India and China, so it allows also to make interconnections with other regions, and that is kind of interesting dynamic. Then when we look to also to this GMS, we started in 1992, and it has been continued for a long time. The ADB has measured several of the benefits. We need to update it. But if we see these maps, one thing that we will see is that this is the master plan in 2002. And if we look to what was built in 2009, we will see that there are big differences. So things has not go as planned, let's say. And actually, what has happened is that the power connectivity in GMS has been mainly based on the development of hydropower dams in Laos and interconnections with Thailand. But this type of connectivity might be facing new challenges. Some of them include like diminishing return on value from additional hydropower dams. There are already quite many. So building new ones, they face more competition. Also, there is new projects in China that it has already surpluses in hydropower. Then they are much more competitive. And we find that other countries might not be that eager, or they may have other alternatives, like Thailand can promote solar and wind in their country. Vietnam has a solar boom and is planning for expansion on offshore wind. It could become exported also. And in Laos also now something that is coming is new wind projects. So there has been also challenges with the institutional path so far. there was the failure of establishing this called Regional Power Coordination Center. Without that one, the integration seems quite difficult. So they are moving from integration in the GMS to harmonization of codes and harmonization of the rules. In addition, also, this is something that can be both positive or negative for the connectivity. It's new transmission projects. This LTMS is the interconnection or a power trade from Laos until Singapore. There is an agreement that goes Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore. Then we have the new project, this Sun Cable from Australia, and the global energy interconnection that is also trying to promote some interconnection projects in the regions supported by the China. Then what has happened also in the past is this change from what I could call from a hydro-based cooperation to a hydro dispute. So what can come next? So this here is what we have seen has been in the past. Laos signing agreements with the neighboring countries to export hydropower. And as a consequence, all these blue dots are dams that have been built. But this has led to some opposition. So dams is beyond whether they are they're positive or negative impact, they are getting a kind of negative stigma, what makes more difficult any project and makes more difficult to sell the idea of power connectivity or cooperation with something that kind of residents kind of dislike. I'm going to. So basically, just the key point is how or whether we can deliver sustainable power connectivity and what that will mean. So here, I will just summarize that the most important point is that it's not a lack of studies what we have, but what we have is a lack of how to find commonly agreeable solutions. What is the best solution? What is the one that can be implemented? And in this one is where I will say that as a researchers, we can play one role in trying to bridge these different knowledges on what could be a track to diplomacy or so. Then just to summary, then the power connectivity is something that is should promote or should foster the energy transition, and it seems to be here to stay. But it's not as a simple process as just we design, we get it down. Then I include here two possible areas for a study that we can also maybe discuss if you are interested. This comparative energy regionalism or participatory international energy plan. And with this, I'm just finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do you have any question? Okay.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. I have 3 comments. The first one is traditionally connectivity comes from oil producing country and natural gas. But however, development of rooftop renewable energy, offshore wind, then all those picture of connectivity will be drastically changed in future, especially the development of those technologies. So how do you see the changes of entire global connectivity in future, and what is your prospects? And second one is battery is very important for connectivity. If the battery can be developed, then it may be much easier to transfer from one country to another. So how do you see those changes in the development? Last one is for hydropower. We used to think about very big dam to produce electricity. But however, in Japan, even the small river can produce community-based hydropower, and that will also drastically change the entire picture. So how do you see those changes? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yoshino Sensei. I think for the first comment on the connectivity, like all producer countries to more electricity base, I think well there are many dimensions to that one. I think one could be the difference between connectivity by pipelines and connectivity through grids. And one of the points is that if we see the connectivity through pipeline, it seems more sensitive to disputes between countries. Now, one very clear example, Russia, Germany, there is trouble and the pipeline can be stopped. But when we look to the grid, it's much more difficult to disconnect. For the sporting countries, much more difficult to disconnect without getting backlash. So actually, this came also in the same context. At the beginning of the attack from Russia, there was a disconnection between Finland and Russia. Finland is connected to its electricity grid with Russia. And in general, Finland imports electricity from Russia. But what it happened is that after the disconnection, Russia started to import electricity from Finland, even they wanted to disconnect, because there are some areas that are totally dependent in each other. So it creates a different logic on whether we disconnect or not. Then I hope that could be something that makes more peaceful cooperation. Then the other one could be on how, and this may relate to Middle East countries, that is quite important for them. They start to discuss whether they could export electricity based on solar from them. That is something I still don't know whether it is possible or not, but there are many projects going on there on how to replace the exports of oil by exports of green electricity, either through the grid or either through storage, that in this case, hydrogen. And that may also relate to the battery. And the batteries, actually, the burner batteries, it's something that it's still much, the grid itself is the battery in this case. So the interconnection allows you to reduce the need for storage, because if you cannot use it, you just sell it away. And when you need, you will take it from that grid. So the grid itself is your battery. In that sense, the development or the reduction in cost on grid scale batteries, depending on where and how it is done, and I haven't heard how it is done, it can be against the rationale of the interconnection, or it could develop, they call it now like the smart super grid concept, which I haven't seen anywhere, but it's something that they are starting to think. So one point is when it will come. If when we at the beginning I mentioned, like, as the super grids are being developed and become part of the mainstream or part of the normal system of operation, there will be an institutional normalization. Then regulations will be harmonized, operations will be harmonized, private investments will be starting to cross the borders. Then we will have a situation in which the grid becomes supranational by definition. Then if at that time comes the battery, then it will be the super smart grid. If it comes before, countries, I guess they will start to try to reject the super grid. They will try to keep the grid as national. And the last one with hydropower, yeah, that is a very big question. So because actually hydropower, one of the so when we talk on this on the Mekong, one of the points is that maybe because of the way of the developing the hydropower, or I'm not sure exactly why, but it's getting a negative stigma. And hydropower or dams play a role not only for electricity, but also for water. And as climate change continue, we will need to balance both things. And that will be quite sensitive on how to maintain large scale dams. In some countries, I had a visit to Colombia, and one company told us, we are not going to enter any other large scale hydropower because that is a nightmare. It's an institutional, legal, political, social nightmare. It doesn't pay off. Then do we still need these large dams or not? And the small ones can provide the same benefit or not? I think that is some questions that we need to explore. And that will be, I think we need to combine at least both the electricity or energy and the water management. I think that's maybe a bit long, sorry. Thank you very much.
Hello, can I give you one comment? Yeah, I'm working in Singapore, so thank you very much for your presentation on GMS. I agree with your observation. The progress is very slow, but however, the Hapua and APG, ASEAN Power Grid, working very well. So, okay, I don't know whether I can share you my screen. Okay, so You see my screen?
Now we can wait a moment.
Yeah, this is like
this.
the latest development. We have an eastern part and northern part and southern part. Actually, northern part is a GMS. But right now, as you mentioned, the LTMS and Laos and Thailand, Malaysia and Singapore is working on. These are the all present. I mean, this is a bit old, but 2016, but 2019 or 2020, they already developed, updated a new one. So I think, okay, so the progress is slow, but because your presentation has a bit old, 2010, so that's why I want to give you a bit updated information, as I'm also working on this area. So now the Malaysia and Singapore agreed to import electricity, and also here with Brunei and Borneo, Philippines, Borneo, and Malaysia, Peninsula Malaysia also linked. These are another area to connection. So bilateral, and then entire ASEAN area. So just for your information and update. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chan.
Thank you.
Nice comment. So final presentation, Professor Gaga, please come here from, this is long time university, long name. How do, Garu Gobine Shie Indra Parsa University. So my pronunciation so bad. So title is Dissolving Energy Poverty, so Social Change.
Good afternoon. I hope I am audible both online and offline. Of course I am, but I hope I am audible online as well.
Yes, it is clear.
Thank you very much. I am Gagan and I have this presentation on energy poverty for social change. At the outset, I'm deeply grateful to my friend Professor Farhad and Professor Rock from the university and ISETS respectively for having me here. So this is a presentation, as I said, on energy poverty for social change. And I think this is a slightly different line than the presentations that we have had so far, because most of the work that we have seen so far was empirical. And that is why I thought rather than presenting something which we have done empirically, I would rather present something which we have done to synthesize the existing literature on this field. So this is more of a review work, but more than just a review, and more of a kind of a research agenda setting or policy agenda setting paper. So we know that energy poverty is the lack of accessible, sufficient, trustworthy, and environmentally friendly energy services for development. And given the SDGs, particularly the SDG 7 and other SDGs, which are focusing on energy-related things at the kind of mixture of the economic development thing, the importance of energy poverty is getting underlined. Well, briefly, let me share with you what exactly have we done in this paper. This paper was published in Technological Forecasting and Social Change recently. And this is what we have done. So we took some papers from the two prominent databases, the Web of Science and Scopus database. And total records that we could find around this were 2,231. And because there is duplicacy in these two databases, so we could remove the database records, duplicate records, 943. And finally, we selected some 457 papers on which we did two types of analysis. We have seen in the last, say, 4 or 5 years, a sudden jump in the bibliometric analysis papers, which is why we thought that that is not enough because that's at times too descriptive. So we decided to do it in a twin way. We did some bibliometric part and we did some manual part of analysis, which is more of an insightful, detailed review rather than just a descriptive review. This is how this field has grown so far. We can see that naturally there has been a good jump, not only in the publications, but also in the citations, which are exhibited by the orange line. What is surprising here is the year 2020, when we saw a fall in the number of publications in energy poverty domain. That's a bit surprising because 2020 was also the year when we saw the advent of the pandemic like never before. And despite that, the fall in the publications is a bit concerning. So we decided to, we thought that we would look at what are the reasons, and the reasons would come later in my presentation as well. This is how. So how is the research domain on energy poverty progressing, and what are the people doing? You can look at the yellow part first, which is the most recent. So 2018 onwards, people have started focusing on the energy poverty, fuel poverty. You can see on the extreme left, energy vulnerability, the capabilities, country-specific things. And also, if you can look at somewhere above the energy poverty, where I have got the circle of energy poverty, if you can see two circles above this, you can see empirical analysis and panel data, which is gaining momentum in these times. However, the issues such as poverty alleviation, which is the blue color, if you can see from the year panel on the bottom, you can see 2014 color, and then you can see poverty alleviation. So this kind of things which were quite a lot in focus before the SDGs came into focus are now moving out of the focus. So we need to, maybe there is a need to bring it back, because poverty alleviation remains an important thing. And energy poverty alleviation also remains an important thing. But this is how we can cluster those. So from here, which was a time-based clustering, here I'm moving to the clusters based on the conceptual structure. So we see that there are 4 clusters: energy poverty, fuel poverty, health, thermal comfort, income, building, etc. are one cluster. The poverty, heating, energy demand, household income, etc. Second, poverty alleviation, investments, etc. Third, energy resources, sustainable development, carbon, and composite index are the 4th. So now we prepared a minimum spanning tree to understand exactly how the intersection of energies and poverty is happening. I'm not sure if it is zoomed out. I'm not sure also if it can be further zoomed out, but I would read some parts of it for you and try to bring home the points. For example, on the right side, in the energy, we have some studies conducted on renewables. We have some studies conducted on the financial programs in the morning session. In the morning session, well, we had some important points being raised about the financial aspects, particularly I know our colleague Professor Yoshino raised some important points about the financial program. So about the energy, the financial issues, the financial programs, the eradication issues, the assessment of energy is again something which has been spoken about. On the other side, on the left-hand side, the domain of poverty is increasingly focusing on the issues such as rural poverty, rural energy poverty. So there was a rural urban based distinction, or what you can say, the variability in the income approach when it came to rural urban. Similarly, there is some observation which is being made in terms of the energy poverty also in this domain. There's a lot of kind of work which is increasingly being done on the southern part of the world. I saw a presentation in the morning also, which showed that in the southern part, I can't remember which presentation it was, but on the southern part, there were more red areas than the northern part. So that's quite a cause of concern, be it South Africa or be it South Asia. So there are some concerns with respect to the energy poverty also. To put everything in a visible and a clear-cut fashion, I have prepared this strategic map in which there are 4 quadrants. So if you look at the x-axis, the horizontal axis, it measures the density of the publications, means within the field. For example, if we talk about the poverty field, within the field, how much densely these studies are related or the theme is developing within the field. While if you look at the vertical axis, the y-axis, it measures the centrality, which means that across the fields, how much of the focus has been given on this particular theme. So that way, there are 4 themes. The bottom right is basic. The bottom left is emerging or declining. Either it is emerging or it is declining. The top left is niche and the top right is motor. So you can see that, for example, electricity energy, there's a lot of work that is coming up in sub-Saharan Africa, where people are also, the literature is also talking about access to electricity. And then also a motor theme, the second motor theme is emerging in the form of energy efficiency, which is relating it to health, the subjective well-being, the social housing, the low-income families, the rural communities, as I was talking earlier. And then poverty also is another motor theme, which is related to energy consumption, climate change, economic growth, gender-related issues. In one of my papers of late, I have discussed how race is, how the behavior towards energy is different across races or ethnicities. So same way, gender-related as well. But when it comes to energy poverty, it is more of a basic theme, which means that the relevance or the centrality is low, because on the y-axis we measure centrality. Similarly, the centrality or the focus on studying poverty and renewable energy is also slightly low. On the other hand, if you look at the emerging declining themes, you see that very less number of people have related the energy with the Gini coefficient, for example. Some studies have used multidimensional survey, but as I said, most of the studies have used either of, not combination of, empirical or review or say qualitative kind of studies. But energy demand, and rightly so, is coming as a niche theme, which means that people are studying inequality, work-family arrangements, women's employment, hidden energy poverty, very interesting theme, low-income households, and qualitative comparative analysis people are now starting to do, which augurs really very well. From here, we could make suggest three important agenda. One is the theoretical contribution, which we are dividing it into 2 parts. One is the topical contributions, and second is the methodological contributions, and the other one is the contextual. So focusing on the contextual, my major observation is that it is important to propose some consolidated and simplified frameworks that may adapt to country-specific contexts. I'm glad that people spoke about how Japan can be contextualized in the energy-related or energy transition-related efforts. But I'm also glad that in my discussion before, in the informal discussion before the conference formally started, Professor Rock mentioned about the policy making and the importance of policy making in the mission of ISETS in particular. So that way, that's one. Policy making with a country specific background is one of the important things. In specific, examining the Oceania, the Middle East, the Southeast Asian nations, the South America, and Africa, with more collaborative work, which is where we are all playing our bit, representing different countries. So these are two contextual contributions that can be expected. About the methodological, there are subsets of energy poverty dimensions which we need to bring up. And then the universal indicators. So two things, universal indicators and subsets of the key energy poverty dimensions. This can be done. And then developing unique and composite indicators to incorporate broader aspects of energy poverty and accounting for various regional characteristics, not only national, because within nation there can be very many sub-nations. Like, for example, India is one country where you would find a lot of variety with respect to income, with respect to age, with respect to different dimensions. So is the case with China, I know. So thirdly, in terms of the methodological, there are significant factors such as economic growth, the social development, the technological factors, the environmental factors. All these, the impact of energy poverty on all these needs to be seen, and there is a lot which needs to be done yet. The topical parts, the vulnerability of the energy, its interactions with the socioeconomic technology, socioeconomic conditions, technology, household characteristics and capabilities are all important. So is the understanding of the bottoms-up approach in energy transition and generating corresponding policy strategies and frameworks, mobilizing the relevant actors specifically at the regional level. So when I say mobilization of the actors, I include all the three: the academics, the practicing people, and the policymakers. All the three, and of course the other communities as well, whichever the masses or the mass communities that we can involve. And the new frameworks for advancing the panel data. We are still looking at the econometrics or statistical studies to borrow the modeling from there, but we need to maybe look at some exclusive modeling for that. And women's well-being or the underprivileged lots of well-being from the ethnic, from the national, from the regional, from the income, all those aspects. So that way, through this study, we made, in fact, three important contributions. One was the theoretical, under which there were two, and the contextual, under which there's one. And then the study opens a window for research to implement and achieve, as I said, SDG 7, SDG 10, and SDG 13 in particular, with a objective, with a focus on sustainable economic growth, employment, equality, and climate change action for the United Nations 2030 agenda. About the policy implications, we think that the policymakers will have to look at as I said, the measurement of the energy poverty rates, because in that way, it can guide the researchers and decision makers to draw fresh conclusions and test various hypotheses. Future research on ethnic issues, like something which I said, how Asians, how Africans, how Europeans, how Americans are looking towards the energy poverty, what are the social impacts, religion, economic freedom, and energy use. These are all urgently needed, and that'll inform academics and policymakers on preparing the future policies for this. This is a full paper which this presentation was based on, published in Technological Forecasting and Social Change. And thank you very much. I'm open to the questions.
Thank you. Good presentation. Do you have any question? Please, Professor.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. You are mainly focusing on energy poverty. Then how to use energy to mitigate income disparities? Okay, and for example, in rural area in India, nighttime children could not study because without electricity. But once the electricity can be used, they can study even at night. And then farmers can use tractors and so on by electricity. So I think energy may cause poverty, but renewable energy and other energies can improve those disparities. So I wonder, how do you see those aspects from different view? And especially renewable energy can help local supply of electric power, and that can drastically mitigate poverty. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a very critical point, and I think it's a bilateral, not unilateral. This relationship between income and energy poverty, it's both ways. It's not just that the energy poverty will help eradicate the poverty per se. It's also the other way around. The income growth in income will also help eradicate energy poverty. But at the same time, since we are discussing this, I think the lead role for this is with the policymakers, of course, but also with the academics, with the researchers like you and me, wherein we need to find out how this can be financed. Because it's very easy to say that the government needs to take care of it. It's very easy to say, but at the same time, how will the government finance it? So we need to come up with some interesting, doable suggestions, wherein we can suggest to the government how exactly, or how if not government, who else, how the society at large, or whosoever has to do it, how can they do it? So I think that's more important. And of course, it's not just that energy poverty will automatically bring people out of the income poverty. It can also be the other way around. If people are out of the income poverty kind of situation, then the energy poverty would also get resolved. But yes, I agree. With the focus on the renewable and newer energies, the academics have their role, their task cut out to suggest how exactly can this be financed, the transition out of both.
So any other question? Okay.
Thank you very much, Karan. I was just wondering what definition of energy poverty are you here? Okay. What definition of energy poverty are you utilizing here?
Yeah, so for my purposes, I'm using this definition: the lack of accessible, sufficient, trustworthy, and environment-friendly energy services for development. So this has been, this is not a definition which has been given from one study. So Dong et al., Halkos, and my own study. From these three, I thought we can compile it in this way.
Yeah, no, it sounds good. I was just wondering, because maybe now you can hear also energy poverty in the context. I think they call it like people cannot, or the energy expenses are over 10%. And that might be more related to OECD countries. There is Okusima Sensei in Japan. I think he's writing quite a lot. So I'm not sure if that has anything related. It could be interesting for you, but just something that came to my mind. Thank you. Very
Yeah, insufficiency is what this is. This is in the same direction, that insufficiency and inaccessibility. Yeah. Thank you, Daniel.
So any question? How about online audience? Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you have no question, this session is closed. So thank you for your attention and cooperation. So thank you, presentation, Professor Gaga.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
next,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Yoshifusa and the presenters for this session. So finally, we have the wrap up since we ran out of time, and I do my best to make it in a few minutes. I summarized the presentations that we had today, and I shared it in the chat box in case you want to have it. So finally, I'm glad that during this forum, we had excellent presentations, including 2 keynote speeches and 7 presentations and good discussion. In the first keynote speech, Professor Kazuo Matsushita highlighted that climate crisis is a human right crisis, especially the crisis of children's rights. For decarbonization and fossil-free societies, specific climate change countermeasures are required, which are not only beneficial for the environment, but also for energy security. In the second keynote speech, Professor Naoki Yoshino highlighted the role of fiscal policy and optimal portfolio allocation for achieving carbon neutrality. He stressed the importance of developing a global green credit rating system and global carbon taxation system to avoid distortion of investment in sustainability projects. In session 1, we had 3 presentations. The first presentation was by Professor Yonko Chand, who presented the opportunities and challenges of transition to net zero in developing Asia. He proposed that it is necessary to develop new business modes to accommodate new customers' behavior in delivering zero carbon assets in home and businesses. In the second presentation, Professor Jinjun Xue presented on the Russia-Ukraine war, the energy crisis, and the political and geographical reconstruction. He mentioned that the war is changing the geopolitics of energy and raised concerns on environmental pollution, carbon emission, timetable and pathway of carbon neutrality, and international cooperation on energy and crisis and climate. In the third presentation, Dr. Yuki Kudo presented the role of novel technologies in achieving carbon neutrality. Both the significant reduction of CO2 and introduction of negative emission technologies are indispensable. According to his presentation, further innovations are required to achieve carbon neutrality with economic feasibility, and discussions are needed on ensuring the competitiveness of industries and necessary cost. In the second session, we had 4 presentations. In the first presentation of this session, Professor Masashi Yamamoto presented on the role of waste to energy in achieving carbon neutrality. Waste to energy plants burn municipal solid waste to produce steam in a boiler that is used to generate electricity. He mentioned that waste to energy remain to be an important tool to minimize social costs, including CO2 emission and material recovery. The second presentation was by Professor Ghazi Salahuddin on the impact of the clean energy transition on growth, environment, and welfare in Bangladesh. His empirical study showed that solar energy helped rural males to engage in non-farm activities such as trading businesses and females in poultry farming. These income-generating activities create opportunities for more expenses in food and non-food expenditure and asset formation. In the third presentation, Dr. Daniel Alvarez assessed the role of power connectivity in energy transition and sustainability. Power connectivity can bring energy security, economies of scale, and political cooperation. He added that power connectivity could increase the resilience of national electricity systems. However, the underlying rationale for the success or non-success of power connectivity initiative is not simple, and it involves various disciplines and requires more research. In the last but not the least presentation, Dr. Gagandeep Sharma underlines the impact of energy poverty on social change and well-being. Energy poverty impacts the citizens' quality of life, work ethic, and personal life. It can impede society's growth, and policymakers need to pay special attention to it. Finally, with this, I would like to express my thanks to all the presenters, those who participated at Takanawa campus and online for their presentations and participations and active participation and the question and answer that we had, and also to my colleagues, Professor Homma and Professor Yoshifusa, and to our TAs for helping in organizing this forum. Thank you very much, and I hope that we meet soon. Take care of yourself.